That's what you want to do, boys. Use the deck. Good bowling. Now remove cover. Remove cover and put him under the fucking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to it. The beautiful sunny day here, the Wednesday, 22 of November, as we see day number 2 of this inbound tour of West Indies A playing against South Africa A. Super Sports or Sahara Park, Willowmoore Park in Benoni is where we are hosted here today. Seeing the start of day number 2 with the West Indies starting at 46 for no loss. They are now on 64 after 5 overs of today's play. Viljoen and Dwan Olivier are fully in operation for South Africa A after they posted 287 runs yesterday. They won the toss, selected to bat first. After a couple of good starts from some of the batters, such as Keegan Peterson, who looked lovely for his 59 runs. Tony Tazorzi at the top, scoring 55 runs and being undone by the spin of Kevin Sinclair. And right in the middle, the wicketkeeper batter, Clyde Fortain. He was also able to bring up a half-century for himself, with David Bedingham falling so close. He was out for 47 runs. That's how South Africa were able to post that total of 287. And after choosing to bat first, they might feel a little bit hard done, but it's all compliments to the bowling of the West Indies. Jaden Seals, extremely stingy, bowling 16 overs, 23 runs, absolutely menacing, and taking 3 wickets. Phenomenal bowling from the West Indian bowler. And Viljoen here is doing the job as well for the South Africans, really getting his lengths working, hitting the deck hard alongside Dwan Olivier to start the day. Not easy pickings for both McCaskey and Shandapur. Variations of their lengths. Hitting the deck hard on a full length, hitting the deck hard on a short length. So because of that and their accuracy, 2 slip fielders. Won't mind that shot with Viljoen. Cover, Michali Mpongwana is there. Protection for that drive, but also attacking options for that drive as well. Neil Brandt stands next to Keegan Peterson in the slips, right next to Clyde Fortain, the wicketkeeper. They have a fine leg in patrol. Continues hitting those lengths hard, does Viljoen. Pitch doesn't have too many demons, plays very true. Bounce is also very true. Haven't seen any variable bounce. Won't say this one kept low. Oh, this one is coming high. All efforts from the bowlers. That's why the South Africans chose to bat first. And again, just tailing a little bit straighter this time. There's a slight misfumble inside the field, but it's tightly closed up as we end the over. Dwan Olivier at Medon doing the fielding. 15 overs completed. 65 for no loss for the West Indies. They still trail by 222 runs. Tajareen Chandapal, son of Shivnarine Chandapal, one of the greatest test batters of all time. Over 10,000 runs for the West Indies, averaging over 51 runs for his career. His son, 27-year-old batter, he's batting with Zachary McCaskey, who's currently on strike. Bowling extremely well here, the South Africans, really hitting that top of off-stump length. Both Viljoen and Olivier getting that slight movement into the right-hander. Saw earlier on Hardus Viljoen getting a thick inside edge inside the bat, and it trailed down to the boundary. Still, those lengths are pure, getting a thick outside edge, but McCaskey greeting the ball with very soft hands. 27-year-old Zachary McCaskey recently just had his birthday. 4 days ago to turn 27 years old. Born on the 18th of November, plays for Barbados. He averaged 33 runs in the earlier 4-day competition held in the West Indies. Drops it nice and short, does Dwan Olivier, but it's well handled. The fine leg is deep. Ball bouncing safely, reaching the hands of Tsepo Moreki. That shot just signals how well the ball is coming onto the batters. Hitting the deck hard is Dwan Olivier, and just paddling it around was McCaskey. Bringing Chandapal into strike, who's striking it at actually a good nick here. 32 runs from 39 balls. And Olivier wants to create a new threat for the left-hander, coming now around the wicket. Keegan Peterson, strange position. Keegan Peterson has a helmet on and is standing at second slip, but very close, even closer than the wicketkeeper. So he has a helmet on because he is in great danger. Dwan Olivier is not the slowest bowler in the world, and with the pitch really coming on, zipping hard, that ball might fly to Keegan Peterson standing there at second slip with the helmet on. Gully, David Bedingham, is right next to him. Dwan Olivier has 2 balls remaining. Tajareen Chandapal. He only played 2 games in the 4-day series, the West Indies Championship. That ended earlier on this year in March. Athenaeus was the top scorer. And a big omission for the West Indies here. Darren Bravo, he is not in the team. Good looking shot from Chandapal as Olivier drops it nice and fuller, but mid-on is Mihlali Mpongwana, who stops it from going any further. 66 for no loss after 16 overs. Duan Olivia now has bowled 6 overs, went for 23 runs, just a fraction under 4 runs to the over. Hardus Viljoen went for a peppering in his final over yesterday. He started well though today. 8 runs, or 8 overs, 38 runs. From the chalet end, here comes a change. Hardus Viljoen takes a break. Tsepo Moreki grabs the ball. His first over of the innings. Dane Pete had a run yesterday with the ball. But right now, Tsepo Moreki about to bowl in his 89th match, or 90th match rather. Very pesky, hustling, quick bowler is Tsepo Moreki, originally from Durban, but really applying his trade and getting his name known in the Cape Cobras, but what is now known as the Western Province. Now applying his trade for the DP World Lions in Johannesburg. He drops it short, full, and he strikes on his first ball. Golden bowling change from Neil Brunt, and it is the dismissal of Zachary McCaskey. Wonderful length from Tsepo Moreki, inviting the drive, and it goes straight into the hands of Zubair Hamza, who is standing at backward point. And McCaskey, after 31 runs from 58 balls, he goes for a slashing drive, but loses his wickets in the process. 66 for 1. Phenomenal bowling change from Neil Brunt. A start that will get Tsepo Moreki very charged up and very hyped up for the work that he is about to do. And man, oh man, did he start well. This is exactly the start that the South Africans would have wanted. The plans were superbly executed, barely giving anything away to the West Indians, forcing them to hustle for their runs. All of that now brings in the new batter for the West Indies. Coming in for his 19th innings, Kirk McKenzie. He has a single century in his bag from the 18 times he's batted, but it's accompanied by 4 50s, averaging 36.5 runs. So all of these boys here for the West Indies will be looking to really cement their place on what is an open field for the West Indies. They have a tour coming up later on against the Australians. That will be happening down in Australia, so this is great preparation for the West Indies. Tracks which are similar, so it's a good test. Here comes Kirk McKenzie. Moreki coming around the wickets and dishing up the same delivery that dismissed the first batter, just giving it wide, giving it nice and full, giving it time for it to do what it had to do. McCaskey, after handling so much pressure from both Hardus Viljoen and Duan Olivia, thinking that he has a chance to get it away, but he had to make his way. Changing it up, Moreki just dropping it short, but he's still offering that width. Can see the South African fielders are so close to the pitch. They are right there, hounding the West Indian batter. 2 slips by way of Neil Brunt and Keegan Peterson. David Beddingham, he's stationed at gully. Zubair Hamza, backward point. Tony Dezorzi, here's at cover. That's what Tsepo Moreki wants. That's why he keeps on giving that width. Signs of variable bounce here. McKenzie just going to check it out. Could have easily chopped that back into his wickets. risk it all. Oh, but it does phenomenal bowling from Moreki. This is absolutely pristine stuff. Brilliant edge, brilliant length, brilliant line, and an easy catch for Clyde Fontaine at the back. That is Glenn McKenzie gone. 4 balls in, and what an inspired change for the South Africans. Tsepo Moreki on fire. It's 66 for 2. Just giving it width, bringing it closer. Previous delivery, keeping slightly low. The next one, zipping off that length. McKenzie felt rushed. He felt cramped, thinking he still has a chance to cut that away, but Moreki starving him of the width. And that nabs the edge. And that completes the job. New batter comes in now for the West Indies. From the Windward Islands, Kevin Hodge comes in for his 91st or 95th first-class innings in his 54th first-class match. He has 400s under his name, alongside 16 50s. He averages 29 runs. Does Hodge just finished compiling 2,500 first-class runs. That best score of 137. Man, would he be salivating to get that for his team here today, and to hopefully cement his place in the West Indian side. But he has to face the fiery Tsepo Moreki, who is really creating and being the blesser for the South Africans here. A proper Moreki. He has one more ball in his delightful first over. Getting it nice and full, forcing Hodge to engage a drive, but it goes straight to Hartus Viljoen, who is at cover. And that's how we end an exciting start to Tsepo Moreki's over. What a one. The one that brought 2 wickets, no run given away from the Lions bowler. This is exactly what the South Africans would have wanted. Now Chanderpaul is what they eye. He still remains on 32 from 42 after seeing that shambolic destruction on the other end. Kevin Hodge, he is there. McCaskey, McKenzie, they are gone. Dwan Olivier, he continues. Tajarine Chanderpaul has been brilliant and whipping the ball from the legs. Just been trying to access that mid-on area very well. We know how good he is with that open stance. Because of that, South Africa trying to exploit it. Tony Dazorzi standing right next to the pitch. Dwan Olivier comes around the wicket, trying to make use of that strategy, but he strays a little bit too straight and drops the ball just a touch too short to get that short mid-on working. Chanderpaul tucks it away, fine leg. Moreki collects. It's 2 runs. The outfield seems to have quickened up slightly compared to yesterday. Because of that, mid-wicket, who was right next to the square leg umpire, now moves deep. He is now at deep square leg alongside the deep fine leg. That's that strategy that they're trying to use here, the South Africans. Olivier gets this one nice and full, but if the plan had worked, it wouldn't have counted. It's a no ball. His second no ball of the day. Don Olivier has had a good start to his season with the ball. Apart from the fact that he's just leaked a little bit of runs, he's been taking wickets for the DP World Lions. He'll want to just shape it up here, Dwan Olivier. Still getting that ball to just nip into the right-hander. Just slightly nip back in. Speaking to Ordwa, who's our crick info specialist. He was telling me how the pitch looks today with tinges of grass. But it's also a very hard track too. So ball is going to be coming on nicely onto the bat. Nothing to hold on to with the grass. With the grass helping the ball to zip through, just like you saw with that delivery. Nice carry into Clyde Fontaine's hands. And because of that juice, it comes to the batters. At times it can rush them, like we saw with Moreki's second wicket. And because of the hardness of the track, the bounce will also be true. Just have to watch out if the pitch will deteriorate as the days continue. Oh, beautiful bowling again exhibited here. Just nipping away this time. Making it come in, come in, come in. Getting it into a good length was Olivier. Hodge thinking that he has a chance to just get his bat into the ball. The ball nips away this time. It's good bowling from Olivier. He has those two slips that he wants to make use of. Doing it very well this time. Just seeing how Hodge played that ball, went onto his back foot and threw his bat at it, very much away from his body, not looking to put any power into that shot, just clearing it away. The question is, will Olivier look to take advantage of that by bringing it back in, or is it just too early to execute that plan? But here he comes for the last ball. Ball does just that, coming back in, but it started off a little bit wider. It's a good ball hitting the outside edge of the bat to end over. Number 18, Olivier really on his money this morning. It's 70 runs for the loss of 2 for the West Indians. They trail by 217 runs. Hodge facing those really challenging deliveries from Dwan Olivier, the South African fast bowler, asking the relevant questions in a pitch where the short ball comes through very quickly at you as a batter rather. You always have it in your mind that a tall fast bowler who hits the deck hard like Olivier will bring one to you, but is allowing the surface to do the job for him, hitting it on a very good length, which is what Tsepo Moreki has been doing, taking 2 wickets in his first over. Here he comes. This time getting it much straighter. Chanderpaul covering the line of the ball very well. He hasn't looked too troubled, has Chanderpaul. He's been picking his spots very well. And with him, the apple really did not fall far from the tree. The way he transfers his weight across the stumps, starts off with that back foot on that off stump. By the time the bowler's ready to release, he's already shifted his entire positioning right in front of the stumps with that open stance. Reads the line of the ball well today, reading the length well again today as too. That last ball, you'd think that he was in trouble, but that was a leave. That was not a leave. That was simply good bowling from Tsepo Moreki, challenging Chanderpaul's understanding of his lines. You can see with the angle that he came in was a little bit sharper into the left-hander. The ball tailing away after it pitches. That's almost identical to the delivery that dismissed That was almost identical to the delivery that dismissed Kirk McKenzie. It's a fascinating battle that we're seeing here between Moreki and the West Indian batters. It didn't take not even a single delivery to get his stride working. From the first ball, getting a wicket. And ever since, he has not let the screws loose, has Moreki. He actually has a screwdriver and is twisting it clockwise, making the screws even sharper and tighter. It's phenomenal bowling. And you can see how Shandapol is trying to circumvert that. He's moving even further across his stumps now. By the time he plays the shot, that back foot is already outside the off stump. But the most important thing here about what Shandapol is doing is, by the time that ball is released and ready to play his shots, he's extremely balanced, he's stationary, his head is still. So he can play all balls very well. As you can see, just look at where he ended up with that shot, right across the line of the stumps to negate what Tsepo Moreki is doing. And this is the challenge that we come here to watch in first class cricket. As over number 19 comes to a close, the scoring rates for the West Indians has very much been trailed back. It was over 4.5 runs and over by the day's start. Now at 3.7, it's 70 for no loss, as Tsepo Moreki has given no run away. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets. He'll be very happy with his efforts. This might be a chance for Tsepo Moreki to claim his very first class 5-wicket haul. He's missing that in what has been a good career. But a man who is not short of 5-wicket hauls is now coming into the attack. He bowled only 2 overs yesterday, trying to just restrain the run scoring from the West Indians. He did so well, just giving away 5 runs from his 2 overs. Dane Pete, he comes in, the 33-year-old. Right arm off spinner. He has an opportunity to go play in New Zealand, with so many gaps opening up with that tour of South Africa. And straight from the bat, there's a man right under the helmet. David Bedingham, he's stationed under. Instantly getting turned for Dane Pete, coming in to Hodge, who's yet to get off the mark. A lot of turn, big appeal from the South Africans. A feather off the pad. Really getting into the head of the West Indian. He's feeling a little bit of pressure. See him dancing around, trying to just wind himself down. Ooh, gets the edge. Good bowling here from Dane Pete. There's no second slip. There, he would have been licking his lips. Dane Pete's adjusting his line very well, seeing that the ball is turning sharply this time, pitching it on that 5th stump line. But Hodge, he's off the mark in foreign land. And he takes a quick single, and now he can feel like he's truly off the mark. He can feel like that is the first real run he scored. Mihlali Mpongwane at mid-on, standing a little bit deeper than normal. So using that very well to his advantage. Ruan de Swart. He comes standing at second slip, right next to Keegan Peterson, challenging the outside edge of Shandapol with the ball spinning away from him. Dane Pete comes around the wicket. giving the ball some nice flight as well is the off spinner. Pitching that ball into the middle stump. Don't want to mess around with Dane Pete. Very much experienced, very much skilled. Very much a man bowling to his plan, and the South Africans agree as he finishes his 6th over. Or rather his 3rd over. It's the 20th for the South Africans. The West Indians trail by 214 runs. It's 73 for 2. Dane Pete's just giving away 3 runs in that over, but 2 of them he'd be happy with how they turned out, getting a thick outside edge off the bat of Hodge. The next one, quick single that was played straight into the fielder stationed for the type of delivery he bowled, which is turning into the right-hander. So good work from Dane Pete on his first over of day 2. Tsepo Moreki, he's been outstanding. And he continues being outstanding, does Moreki, getting the ball to just nip away from the right-hander off the seam, getting a thick outside edge, and Hodge still yet to feel a little bit comfortable here. The delivery that almost got the wicket of McCaskey, but this time it offers Hodge a boundary. Brilliant timing, overpitched from Moreki, and he splits cover and point all the way to the boundary. Just an example of how the outfield has slowly picked up in pace. Free flow of the shots and bats by Hodge. The ball teasing Hardas Viljoen and Zubair Hamza, but it wins the race 77 for 2 as they trail by 210. Ooh, compensating for the width there was Moreki. Bowling straighter, still getting the ball to move into the right-hander. Good take behind the legs of Hodge. And remember, it's a 4-day game, so the follow-on score is 150 as opposed to the 200 which you'll see on the 5-day game. So the West Indians still needing to score 61 runs to avoid being forced to bat again. And the way Moreki is bowling, the South Africans will be hoping to make them bat again. But that will mean they will have to restrict the West Indies to 137. And the way things are looking, with Chanderpaul there, does not look like it might be the case. Ooh, good ball that from Moreki, but an even better shot from Hodge. All round brilliant cricket. Wonderful timing from the West Indian. Daring delivery from Moreki as he floats that right into the front of the pads. But it's the West Indian who has the final laugh. Another boundary in that Moreki over. Going straight on. Beautiful on drive. One of the most classiest shots you will see. So the last ball to come from Tsepo Moreki. And it comes back well. But Hodge, he'll be happy with that final delivery. Hodge will be happy with that over in general. He claims 8 runs from it with 2 commanding boundaries. It's 81 for 2 for the West Indians. They trail now by 206 runs. The partnership growing to 15. Despite being slapped away for 2 boundaries in that over, it was good bowling from Moreki nonetheless. The first ball, full and wide, drawing the drive, trying to get Zubair Hamza at backward point into the conversation like he did through the wicket of McCaskey. But this time it was a bit too full. Chandapal, he has 3 men surrounding his bat, 4th with the wicket keeper. Very short extra cover. As you can see, short extra cover now panning into your camera to collect that ball. Neil Brandt, the captain of South Africa A, giving all attacking options to his spinner. And bowling it at a wonderful pace here is Dane Pete, allowing the ball to do everything in the air and allowing it to do everything from the pitch. Tony Dazozi at backward point though. Ooh, wonderful bowling. Pushing this one a little bit further and drawing the length back. Chandapal thinking he can get a connection with that. But if he's going to go that far out of his line of the stumps, you'd be hoping that he's trying to score. You don't want to go so far out in the line of your stumps whilst the ball is turning away from you, whilst you have 2 slip fielders just to defend it. You are asking for the outside edge to be met. And that's how you should do it. Just letting it go this time. Dane Pete playing with his lines and doing it well with 1 ball remaining. Good contest. The arm ball from Dane Pete, straightening with the arm as he ends a maiden over. Wonderful stuff. Incredible contest between bat and ball. This is what first class cricket is about. And you are watching us on the YouTube channel from Cricket South Africa, brought to you by Pitch Vision and Cricket South Africa. Benoni, Willowmoore Park, very far into the east side of Gauteng, is hosting us here today on what is a fine day, and tomorrow ought to be a fine day as well. 32 degrees Celsius tomorrow, 32 degrees Celsius on Friday for the final day. So you are expecting the pitch to dry up a little bit further, that moisture to go away, your spin bowlers to be called into action a little bit further down into the match. South Africa don't want to be batting last, and they won't be. Well, they won't be if they are able to dismiss the West Indies good enough here. Tsepo Moreki, he continues on what has been a phenomenal start from him. This contest between him and Hodge, really one to watch. Hodge definitely winning the last over, scoring 8 runs from it. Moreki winning the previous over between them. And he's starting well in this one. And remember, this match for the West Indies A and South Africa A is in preparation for their respective tours. Ooh. And Moreki, if he continues bowling like this, might be in one of those tours. Really hitting his lengths well. South Africa will be travelling to New Zealand. The first of 2 test matches will be starting on the 4th of February. And around that time will be around the start of the playoffs of the SA20. 6 teams in the SA20. And a lot of South African contracted players. Moreki just going a little bit wider this time in this contest, and for the first time he oversteps. You'll be happy he overstepped on what wasn't his best delivery of the day. Imagine if he overstepped in the two deliveries that he got the wickets of. He certainly won't want to be overstepping if he gets that call to New Zealand. So the SA20 taking a lot of young talent and experienced talent and South African contracted talent. Because with the players contracted on the SAA, they cannot be playing for the South African team during that time, especially during the time of the playoffs. 4 out of those 6 teams will be engaged in those games, and all 6 teams have their fair share of South African young talent. I'm reading the comments here on YouTube. Someone is saying that Carl Simmons should be here instead of Dane Pete, which is a fair cry. Oh, shots from Hodge. Straight back to Mureki. Hitting his legs. Looks like it could have hurt. But the big fast bowler with big strength and big honkers doesn't feel that. Walks back to his mark. Such has been the battle between these two. This time Mureki able to wrap it back, not giving a run away to Hodge. Just a no ball. So how will he close it off? South Africa having chatters backing their bowler. And back him well as he sends it straight to end the over. 23 done. Only a no ball given away in that over. And after 14 overs in the day's play, the players go for a drink. Good starts for the South Africans. The day starting at 47 for no loss at the start of over number 10. I stand corrected, as 46 for no loss. So the West Indians have compiled 36 runs in the 14 overs of the day. But the problem is they lost 2 wickets. Tsepo Mureki in his first over, coming in and disrupting the flow of the West Indians, which they had started yesterday. Taking the wicket of McCaskey on his first ball. Big drive straight in Zubair Hamza's hands at backward point. Then the second wicket in the very same over, the 5th ball of that over, really giving Kirk McKenzie a lot of problems outside that off stump, and eventually giving him one that is at the back of the length, cramping McKenzie off space and edging it to Fortain, the wicketkeeper. That's how it stands. 82 for 2. They trail by 205. 56 to avoid the follow-on. It's Drinks. We'll be back shortly. We are back with this exciting contest between Dane Pete and Shanda Paul. From the chalet end, Mureki versus Hodge. The West Indians on 82 for 2 after a short drinks break. The South Africans have been doing well this morning. 14 overs bowled, and after going at over 4.5 runs to the over in their spell yesterday, they went for 46 for 9 in their 9 overs at the end of the day's play yesterday. Today they almost create a chance. Today they almost create another chance. Shandapal going down the wicket. Bedingham right under the helmet was into the core, just too sharp. He's trying to disrupt the momentum here of Dane Pete. Big appeal, it was pad first, but outside the off stump was the impact. Oh, it's wonderful stuff between bat and ball, and the ball currently has a smile on its face. Dane Pete has a bigger smile on his face, trapping the left-hander into his bowling arc. Pushing it a bit wider this time. We saw from that line Shandapal almost getting an edge. Won't be surprised if we see a nice loopy one. Indeed we do, but just a bit too straight from Dane Pete, but he's controlling Shandapal brilliantly here. Has kept him quiet for 2 overs consecutively. 82 for 2 for the West Indians after 24 overs. Shandapal was on 32 from 39 deliveries. He is now on 35, and he has faced 25 more deliveries for those extra 3 runs. That is the amount of pressure that South Africa is putting on. That is the amount of pressure that wickets brings you. Tsepo Moreki has been a wonder this morning. 9 runs, 2 wickets, 2 maidens. Starting off sharply, is getting some real good assistance from the wicket, but just starting off a little bit straighter, giving Hodge a break. Michali Mbongwana is at the fine leg. Was able to just come and collect that for an easy single. Brings Moreki to Shandapal. He dismissed McCaskey, and then he dismissed Mackenzie, the left-hander, so he's had some fruits to pick from the left-hander. Shandapal has been transferring his position right across to over that off stump to negate the line that Moreki is operating in. That's why Moreki is just going a little bit wider to fight Shandapal's movement across the stumps. So clearly here he's not going for the stumps. If you're watching for the first time, you're just trying to get cricket, yes, just thinking, yeah, go for the stumps, hit the wickets. But these guys know exactly what their stumps are. What you're trying to do is to question that edge outside his bat. Giving it width there was Moreki. It's mistimed from Shandapal, but it gets it into that gap between backward point and mid-off. So it's an easy single. If it was timed any better, that would have ran to the boundary. But you can see here Neil Brunt just discussing the plans with Tsepo Moreki, because he is moving outside that off stump is Shandapal. He is forcing Moreki to bowl a bit wider, and the moment he tries to go for those stumps, it will be an easy boundary for Shandapal. So he can't afford to go to the legs of Shandapal. He really can't. But eventually he might, because we're seeing Zubair Hamza stationed as a leg slip. So try to get Shandapol going outside that off stump and eventually bowl a straight one in. He'll try to flick it down to the fine leg area, but straight into the hands of Hamza. But right now, Moreki is still bowling it outside that off stump, and it's easily shepherded away from Shandapol. And he has one more crack at Hodge with the ball coming back into the right-hander. He's just been there the whole time, Tsepo Moreki. The whole time. And he needs to continue being there the whole time versus Hodge. Over number 25 comes to a close. 86 for 2. Seeing a lot of your comments here on YouTube. And continue having the discourse. This is what we want. Want to have the cricket conversation. And a lot of us are talking about, where are your Nandre Burgers, your Bayer Swanepoels, where are your Kyle Simmons, where are all of these guys? And all of those guys will be playing in the SA20. This series is to specifically prepare the South Africans for that New Zealand tour, which will be starting in the 4th of February. So during that time, South Africa won't have the availability of the South African contracted players, because most of them will be in the SA20. The only players not contracted in the SA20 for South Africa the only players not contracted are Dean Algar, who's been phenomenal this season. He's been brilliant. He has 200s in his 2 4-day games so far. So he's one to look out for. Keegan Peterson, he wasn't contracted. So he is available. And he was once Player of the Month back in January 2022. So he was once the best player in the world for the month, was Keegan Peterson. And then there's Glenton Stearman. He hasn't been picked up, but he wasn't selected for this particular series. Had a tough start to his career down under in Australia. So he's not here. So the likes of Junior Dala, Nandre Burger, Dayan Khalim and Burger, they play for Joburg Super Kings. They are simply not available. The likes of Kwena Mapaga, Evan Jones, Cody Youssef, and Dilepetlugwayo, they are in the Paarl Royals, so those bowlers are not available. A bowler who would be operating alongside Dane Pete or for Dane Pete would probably be a Beyond Fortain. He plays for the Paarl Royals. It would probably be a Carl Simmons, but he plays for the JSK. It might be a George Linder, but he plays for my Cape Town. So all of these options for South Africa are simply not available. But such is the depth of the country's talent. You have a Zubair Hamza who's available. You have a Dwan Olifia who's available. We have Tepo Moreki, who's also available, and he's been bowling well. Moreki did go to that Sri Lanka A tour for the South Africans earlier on this July. You wouldn't say he performed at his best, but he was rather economical. Those conditions suitable for your spin bowlers, hence why Senoran Mutusami was so outstanding. So on decks which are assistants or assisting, just like this one for Moreki. Yep, he's gonna find his money, which he has been during the course of the day. The big position that South Africa will be looking to cover is that number 4, number 5, 6 role. Very much opened. The wicket-keeper role is also opened. Clyde Fortain, he'd have a smile because Calvarani, he's not available either. Nor is Ryan Rickleton. Rickleton playing for my Cape Town. And for the wicket-keeper as well, no Heinrich Klaassen. So many of the talent pool of South Africa not available, but also at the same time, so many chances for some of the guys who have been on the fringes to get their call up and to show what they can do against former Test champions, which are New Zealand. But Moreki is keeping it tidy here. It's just not allowing Hodge to play anymore. Hodge happy to let these go. He's been trying to find his feet here, has Kevin. And with deliveries like those, just outside the off stump, allowing him to breathe and get his eye into the game. Moreki will be wanting to get his batter to play a little bit more. Just allowing him to leave it, but the ball coming back sharply this time. Nearly getting that off stump. Good bowling again from Moreki. 13 runs from his 6 overs. Those 2 wickets coming from his first. It's 88 for the loss of 2. This partnership now between Chanderpaul and Hodge worth 22 runs. The West Indians now, they trail by less than 200, trail by 199 runs. But remember, in a 4-day match, the follow-on is not avoided at 200. It is rather avoided at 150. So they still to score another 50 runs here to the West Indians to avoid the follow-on. Dane Pete, he bowls to Chanderpaul on what has been an exciting contest, and now we see another player under the helmet, 2 of them. On either side of Chanderpaul, he's been trying to negate the batters or the fielders around his bats by dancing down the track. Now he has 4 players to deal with, 2 on either side of the square. And he's just been doing that, Chanderpaul. This time being able to squeeze it away to mid-on, and he gets a single. See, and that's why they have that man under the helmet on the leg side for Hodge. A lot of turn that Dane Peters getting, especially to the right-hander. And that top spinner looks to work as well. Looking to get that bounce too. Also have Keegan Peterson stationed at short mid-wicket. That ball might just pop into the air onto that leg side. And because of that, there's steady protection as well. Deep square leg. Short fine leg. And it's good bowling here from Dane Pete. Has only given away 6 runs in his first 5 overs of the day. Really tightening the screws here, South Africa. But this partnership from the West Indians also holding strong as it has to. They have no choice. 2 quick wickets from the South Africans this morning. And it's a rebuilding job for the West Indians. The coach, Andre Kohli, he did say that for this tour, he wants to see how the middle order will shape up and how the lower order will also get to play. Can they make runs in the middle? Can they make runs at the end of their innings? Tepu Moreki and the South Africans will also want to find out by removing this top order. And Chandapur has not had a good time against Moreki. It's a true battle. It's a wonderful contest. Moreki now in his 7th over on the trot. Looking to retaliate against the bowling of Moreki there, Chandapur. Introducing the straight bat. Playing that one with a lot of power. A hard swing. That is what Moreki wants. There's a nice gap between mid-off and the cover fielder. So he feels that he can get some of these shortish deliveries away with a back foot punch through that gap. But it's because of that gap that it's such a threat by the South Africans. Moreki getting that one to just move away from the left-hander. Those 2 slips and that gully. They are sniffing something here. Drops it short this time, does Moreki. Solitary protection by the form of Mbongwana, who's standing at the fine leg. Interesting option, change up from Mbongwana, or rather from Moreki. Keep your eye open for Mihlali Mbongwana, who is yet to come bowl. Will be rather sad that he didn't have much of an impact with the bat. Exquisite strike of the ball is the all-rounder. Only 23 years old is Mbongwana. So it's a bright future ahead of him. Tepu Moreki, 28 years old. He's been in the scene for quite a bit. And he's having one of his really better games here today. Absolutely on fire. he's been bowling that line-to-line attack to Hodge. As you see the end of over number 7, some theatrics from Mureki to end it there. It's 90 for the loss of 2. Partnership between Tajerine, Shandapol and Hodge now growing up to 24 runs. Really doing well to steady the ship. 75 balls they've taken it out. They've taken up that deficit on 197 runs. He's been bowling wicket to wicket, has Tsepo Moreki. So much experience. 88 matches. Has 176 first-class wickets in his name. Dane Pete starts with a chaffer. Drifting into the left-hander, thinking he has a play onto that shot is Shandapur. Missing that outside edge. It's another one that he has to think about. Another one that Shandapur goes wide to just defend. And another one that brings the same results for Pete. Just going a little bit shorter this time as the spinner. Engages a cut shot from the left-hander. Backward point, Tony Dazorzi. Point. Hard as Falloon. Oh, calling into action. Keegan Peterson standing at silly point. It's a lot of pressure under the helmet and the bat of Shandapur right now. And the problem is, he's under pressure against a very economical and efficient spin bowler who can bowl forever. Now this time challenging the inside edge of Shandapur's bat. Pete can keep going and going and going and going non-stop. That is the problem for these West Indians. Especially now that he's found his rhythm, has Dane Pete. Slight little pop. Because it advances down the track, it evades David Bedingham. That's the only way he's been able to score against Dane Pete. Shandapur dancing down the track, meeting the ball at this pitch and guiding it into the open leg side. Otherwise, nothing off the offside, nothing straight, nothing behind the wicket. Dane Pete for the last ball continues around the wicket. Gets some good turn. And it's an easy single. Ending over number 29, or rather, ending over number 30. 92 on the board for the West Indians. Shandapur now into his 40s, 42. Striking at 1 run every 2 balls. Hodge, he's on 14 from 39 balls. But Shandapur is not having a good time against Dane Pete. To be fair, neither is Kevin Hodge. Dane Pete has bowled 8 overs, just 13 runs. He's bowled 6 today. Just gave away 8 runs. But we have a bowling change here for the South Africans. From the chalet end, Moreki, after bowling a brilliant 7 overs, takes a break. In comes Mihlali Mpongwana into his 3rd first-class season. He's played 17 matches. Just 26 wickets. Highly skillful bowler. In the white ball version of the game, elite. The red ball version of the game shows glimpses of that eliteness. Now wanting to cement it as he's a true all-rounder is Mohlali Mpongwana bowling to Kevin Hodge. Starting off short. He'll want to just target those stumps, get the ball nice and full. That's what Moreki has been doing well, and so have the 2 opening bowlers who have much more pace and much more zip in Olivier and Falloon. South Africans just keeping it nice and full. So Bongwana will want to join that party. And so he does. The good ball. Neil Brunt is standing at short mid-wicket. Was almost called into action. Hodge will have to be careful. That ball can pop up. Bongwana is a tall man. So when he hits that deck, expect a touch of extra bounce as well. So Neil Brunt, good fielding position. Just one slip fielder standing at 1.5 slips. And a gully, David Bedingham. It's wide from Bongwana. It's well cut from Hodge. But an even better stop from Zubair Hamza. Standing at backward point. He's already taken a good catch. That one was to dismiss Mackenzie. Or rather McCaskey. Now this time his fielding efforts. Stopping a certain boundary. Bongwana just bowling it a little bit shorter and a little bit wider. Searching for his mark. So Mureki, who had his mark from the get-go, just giving him a little bit of pointers on where the ball must be. Of course, those two played together. Mureki was in the Western Province for such a long time. That's where he got his breakthrough into franchise cricket. Franchise cricket system is no more. Now applying his trade in the Lions, and Bongwana still at the Western Province as we see a short mid-on. Like we told you, Chandapal has that shimmy going right across the stumps. Bowling it nice and wide as Bongwana, but Chandapal seems to have found an antidote for that ball.
I'll give you now. What happened to this over? That's single. What? That's 2 singles. No, I mean this over. This whole over.
It goes wide this time from Bongwana. And it's a deft touch from Hodge. It runs all the way to the fine leg boundary. Dwan Olivia standing at fine leg, couldn't do anything about it. The West Indians now in kissing distance of 100 runs. They are 98 for 2. 19 runs is Kevin Hodge now. He's grown his score. Chandapal on 43, exercising good amounts of patience. The Guyanese, Chandapal, he plays against the Windward Island batter. Guyana winning the West Indies Championship for 2023. They only drew one game, winning all of the other 4. 6 teams in the West Indies Championship, all just playing once. Very unfortunate that there's not more first-class cricket going around, where you get to see such interesting battles between bat and ball. Dane Pete going just straight. Chandapal, that's where he's been wanting the ball. It runs to the deep mid-wicket boundary, but it's stopped by Dwan Olivia. And with that triple, the West Indies bring up 100 runs. Taking them 31 overs. The way they started yesterday, they would have thought that it was going to take them a little bit earlier. But it didn't come cheap. Cost them 2 wickets. That's of McCaskey and Mackenzie. But it's 101 for 2. Flashing shot. Great shot from Kevin Hodge. Full and wide from Dane Pete. Full and blind from Kevin Hodge. 4 runs to the cover boundary. Diving Neil Brunt couldn't stop it. Kevin Hodge is happy that it couldn't be stopped. It's 105 for 2. That's where Dane Peets will want it. Just pulling that length a bit back. That one a gift in terms of length. Because there's still that slip fielder there. Waiting for the one where they might slip up. But for those ones coming straighter, Tony DeZorzi, he's stationed at short fine leg. David Bedingham under the helmet at silly square leg. Keegan Peterson is stationed at short mid-wicket. So that leg side is completely closed down, shutting down everything on the South Africans. And Dane Peets now changing his angle. Bowling it wider. And it's well navigated from Kevin Hodge. 105 for 2. The West Indies now trailing by 182 runs. Their quest of 287 placed by the South Africans. Here comes Mikhail Mpongwana. Slightly slower than Tsepo Moreki. Less sharper. So he will invariably get the very little assistance, or rather he will get slightly less assistance than that of Moreki. But Shandapol, loving the work that he's putting in here today. Really waiting for his scoring shots. He's not rushing the South Africans. He's not rushing the West Indians. He's not rushing himself. He's waiting for the ball that's going to come. He's incredibly strong on the legs. He is a monster, especially in front of square, even behind square. Just don't want to drift on the legs. Hence where the South Africans are bowling. Because the moment you drift down to the legs, might get punished, but couldn't tuck it away because it's a lot of protection. So you can see here, South Africans are really just starving the West Indians of runs right now. Looking to see if they can just build up that pressure more and more and more and more until both Tajareen Shandapol and Kevin Hodge feel like they have to go big in order to get scoring. So he's holding it well for now, Mpongwana. Not anymore. Just down the legs, but maybe that is the idea. Shandapol shifting across his stumps. Get one onto the leg stump where his bat can't reach. Little bit risky with fine leg. Slightly squarer. much slower. Less pace for Shandapol to work with. He was able to work those against Moreki. Able to just parry the ball through the backward point and the cover. Stealing a 1, stealing a 2, stealing a 3. Much harder when Bongwana is in operation. There's that short mid-wicket in Neil Brunt, who's standing 2 pitches away from the one we are playing on. Oh! Chance for Bongwana! That's what they were waiting for. The inside edge. Nearly cracking the stumps of Shandapol. But it's fortuitous for the West Indian. It runs down to the boundary. He had to make a play, Shandapol. He felt like he had to make a play. He has been bogged down by the South Africans. That is exactly what they wanted. But nonetheless, the West Indian top order batter reaches his 50. Takes him 92 deliveries. A lot of his runs being scored on the square. A lot of them behind third man. But he makes it 50 runs. Man, what a confidence booster that will be. Especially the grittiness of the innings he's applying this morning. It's 109 for the loss of 2 now for West Indies. Hodge faces a spinning ball by Dane Pete. Shandapol makes that his 8th first-class century. And that makes it an outstanding shot from Kevin Hodge. Seems to have really found his groove now. That drive, so pure, so clean, and well deserving of 4 runs. The South Africans didn't even bother to run for that. Neither did the West Indians across the pitch. Partnership now moves to 47. Bowling it a little bit too wide. There's Dane Pete. Bowling it a little bit too full, just like the boundary he conceded in his previous over. This time bowling it a little bit too short. Hardus Viljoen, who's at square leg. Not really at the boundary, but not really inside the circle. Just hovering in that third quarter. But the challenge and the battle, which has been leaving our eyes gaping for more. Dane Pete bowls to Tejerin Shandapol. Ooh, starting it off wide. It's a quick single. Has to run. And he makes it home, does Hodge. Because Mbongwana was there. Gets away from the danger. Shandapol now sits 57 runs away from accumulating 4,000 first-class runs. He's currently batting for the 127th time in his career. Plays very much like his father. Hodge has to deal with the battle of Dane Pete here, just floating it up into that block hole. He completes his 10th. It's 26 for him, 2 maidens, and 115 for the West Indians, who now trail by 172. Dane Pete has moved from South Africa and is trying to settle up into the United States of America. Came back though, currently playing for the iTech Knights, who are currently in Division 2. But in that Division 2, they are absolutely slaughtering. Went to the finals of the one-day division, but lost to the South African emerging side. now doing well. Dane Pete, he's here. Jihan Klota could have gotten a call up after scoring 184 runs. But a player that a lot of people have their tongues on is Dion Forrester. Player from the Knights, also one of the young ones coming through. He's not contracted in the SA20. He's not contracted for the Proteas. Scoring a lot of runs, but still very much new into his first class career. His partnership, not new, 106 balls in. It now reaches 50 runs between Shandapur and Hodge. 50 runs from 106 balls. Doing a great job. Now Hodge really seems to have gotten his groove. Really seems to have a little bit of a more spunk in his work. More confident in the strokes that he selects. No longer getting those edges and those oohs and ahs. Cut very well from Hodge, but stopped even better from Zubair Hamza. Diving to his left and stops a certain boundary. That's what we mean with Hodge, that he's gotten his groove. But also, Mihlali Mpongwana just a little bit wider than where he wants to be. He will want to just back up what Pete, Viljoen, Olivier and Mureki have been doing. The only other bowling option for the South Africans that they can turn to is Neil Brunt. But for now, Mihlali Mpongwana does his job. Bowls it nice and straight this time. Bowling to the West Indies Championship's fourth leading run scorer. Athenaeus was at the top. Darren Bravo, who was not in this A tour, and the big news yesterday coming from West Indies cricket is that he was not selected for the white ball series that's going to be played in England. That comes as a big shocker. It's a good shot, that coming from Hodge. It might make its way to the boundary. It indeed makes its way to the boundary. Full from Mpongwana. Muscled away from Hodge. Beats Dane Pete. And like we said, the outfield has gotten quicker. And he gets the reward. 120 runs. Now goes to his 30s, does Hodge. 32 from 58. The South Africans seem to be just a little bit more quieter than what they were in the morning. First hour of any day is so crucial, and they used it to their advantage, that the South Africans, with what was a relatively new ball as well, 9 overs old. But now it's 35 overs old. The ball is 35 overs old on a pitch which is now 2 1/3 day old. Still very true for the batters, as it's resulted in 120 for the loss of 2 for the West Indies at the end of the 35th over. Now with that true surface, hard surface, juicy surface which is true to its pace, that new ball, no longer new, easier going for the West Indies batters. That's the importance of Dane Pete here. Might not be offering a lot to the spinners or to the pacers, but it does offer quite a bit to the spinners, which is why seeing Neil Brunt might be a good option. Also with the left-right batting pair, Dane Pete operating happily to the left-hander. Neil Brunt as a left-arm spinner Ball operates to the right-hander. And it's not like the South African captain is a muck with the ball. He's had a good outing in their first 4 series match, because currently South Africa is currently running its domestic 4-day series. They've played 2 games so far. Playing for the Momentum Multiply Titans is the captain of the South Africa A team. In their win versus Boland, or rather the G-Bet Rocks, he bowled 16 overs and only went for 17 runs whilst taking 2 wickets, did Neil Brunt. So just over a run to the over with 2 wickets. Shows that he can hold his own. So it wouldn't be a bad option for the South Africans to use him. But with that shot, you can clearly see now that the South Africans have gotten rid of the silly point. Keegan Peterson now standing at short extra cover, no longer under the helmet. David Bedingham still under the hip of Shandapur. But the ball is coming in wide from Dane Pete. It's a quick single, sharp single taken from these two. 36 now finished. We are nearing the lunch interval. It's 121 for the loss of 2. They trail by 166 runs. Like we were saying, Kevin Hodge currently at the non-striker's end. 4th highest run scorer, playing for Windward Islands. Right now, playing for the Championship Guyana. Tajireen Shandapur looks to face the music of Hardus Falyoon. Bowled excellently in the morning. It's coming from the chalet end, which seems to offer for the fasters. But he starts short, does Hardus Falyoon, a true loosen-up in every sense of the word. Punished by Shandapur. 4 runs over the head of Zubair Hamza. Bouncing from connection of the bat. No chance for Hamza, no one in the deep. Poor bowling to start it off. Shandapur has been there for 100 deliveries, so very patient to wait for the one that will come to him. So Hardus will look to find something different here. Sun is baking hot. Well, not really baking, but it is a rather warm day. Standing out in the field, you don't want a partnership to grow too big, because that can really demoralize you over the course of a day. And with Shandapur playing with the way that he is, seems like his head is really in the right place. Sharp delivery from Hardus Falyoon. Now he's really found his length here. He's giving it nice and full, trying to see if he can extract anything from the pitch. But a big advantage from Hardus Falyoon is that with his big bold, can really hit the deck hard, get it up into the nose of the batters. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see him whip out a short delivery. Just drifting it down to the legs of Hodge this time. Simple one. Tajurin Chanderpaul. He was here when the West Indies toured South Africa. He was part of that West Indies test team. Final match that he played wasn't really one where, well, can be happy about.
But they're no ball. That's all. 4, 2 dots, 1-1.
That was a match where South Africa won by 280 runs. That's that short ball we're talking about from Hardas Viljoen. That's that short ball which sees the end of over number 37, scores 127. Now the deficit at 160 for the West Indies. That last game that was played in that series between West Indies and South Africa was played right here at the Highveld, but not in the east of Benoni, but rather in the heart of Gauteng in the DP World Wanderers Stadium. In that match, Chanderpaul couldn't get into the double figures. So it wants to prove his worth that he can play in foreign conditions, especially in conditions which will or can be comparable to those in Australia. It's a good opportunity for all of the West Indies players, most of them starting off their careers. 3 of the players having their debuts this season. They had never played first-class cricket before. So it works on their favour to have a series like this. But Abhijay Mansingh, he's not playing here today. The right-hand batting leg break all-rounder. Plays for Jamaica Talawars, but fortunately Jamaica were last in the West Indies Championship. Right now it's the experience of Tajurin Chanderpaul, Kevin Hodge, over number 38 coming to a close. They trail by 160 runs. The West Indies have only 3 players in the team who have played more than 50 first-class matches. It's these 2 that you are watching bat here today. Tajurin Chanderpaul has played 66 and he's 67th right now. Kevin Hodge, he's played 53. He's playing his 53rd right now. He debuted 11 years ago. Chanderpaul 10 years ago. The only other player with 50 games or more is the captain of the West Indies A team, Joshua De Silva. Just a little bit too much juice from Hardas Viljoen to start his 10th over. Wide delivery. Too much bounce. No longer signals as no balls. Change happening very many years ago. First wide of the innings as well. Ooh, now really using that short ball. Really using that short ball. Much harder. Much quicker. Chanderpaul has less time to go to his conventional move of going across the stumps. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles the assignment of Hardus Viljoen. Handled Moreki and Bongwan extremely well. Seems to be handling Viljoen well, and it will be easy to handle Viljoen if he gives you ones that are wide and short. With that extra pace, can easily go to the boundary, but luckily enough the South Africans have protection in the deep. Deep point is in for Hardus Viljoen. So it seems like they are giving him that license to bowl the ball wide. When it comes to Kevin Hodge, they are allowing him to bowl it down the legs. Leg slip comes into place. Neil Brunt, very much leg slip against Hodge. That's why he's there. See the attacking method. Clyde Fortuin is sharp enough. His collections have been sweet, Fortuin. It's been brilliant behind the wickets. Neil Brunt, the captain, he stands next to Fortuin, just behind the legs, and with the ball seaming into the right hand as well, and getting that extra help of zip and pace. It's a clear ploy, and trying to avoid it as much as possible is Hodge, but his scoring options are closed down. 5 players on the leg side. Mid wicket, square leg. Mid on, just there to protect the straight shot. But attacking options is that leg slip. And if he tries to go over him, there is that fine leg in the deep for the catch. To add more pressure here, Neil Brunt could have thrown one of the fielders on the leg side under the helmet. Creates more pressure. And that's what might be happening here. Last ball before we head on over to lunch. David Bedingham gets the helmet. Goes under the hip of Kevin Hodge. Hardus Viljoen to continue bowling what he's been bowling. Oh, well navigated that from Kevin Hodge. Good battle from Hardus Viljoen, using his strength to his advantage. Hitting it hard, hitting it short. But they are able to navigate the mess. Are Tajereen Chanderpaul and Kevin Hodge. Their partnership worth 63 runs. Chanderpaul reaching his half century. 59 from 107 deliveries. Hodge getting his groove going. 33 from 70 deliveries. Tsepo Moreki came in his first over. Very first ball, removing McCaskey. And in his 5th ball in the very same over, removing Kirk McKenzie. Those are the only 2 wickets to fall for the West Indies A team. And Moreki being the one to grab those wickets. Dane Peace has been trying to keep it steady, but no one else to take wickets for the South Africans. It's 129 for the loss of 2, and we will be back after 40 minutes for the second session here at Willowmoore Park in Benoni. Like and subscribe. Leave yourself a notification so you can get all the things that are happening with Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. We'll join you again in 40 minutes. just when I eat.
Ooh,
No.
sweet. Yeah, it's sweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's lunch. They ate, they are filled, and we return. It's the South Africans who are bowling right now. The West Indians trailing by 151. The South Africans are bowling, working their magic, trying so hard to break this partnership between Tajarin Shandapol and Kavem Hodge. This partnership now worth 70 runs. It's really starting to be an annoyance and just extinguishing a little bit of the Protea fire. It's getting an edge. There's Dwan Olivier. But it's not carrying to Neil Brunt, who's stationed at first slip. Good lengths, just getting it up there. Kevin Hodge wanting to get himself in. Driving with no feet. Good work from Olivier. Like we know right now, he has 9 wickets in the 2 matches that we've played in the South African domestic 4-day series, alongside a fifer in those wickets. And this time, looking to search for that edge again, giving it width. And Hodge takes the opportunity, climbs onto that for 4 runs. Wonderful shots from the West Indian. Now moves to 40 runs. Battle between him and Dwan Olivier. It's currently being won by the bat. Pitch not reaching the legs. Not giving the ball the wind it needs to reach slip. Oh, that one reaches slip. It reaches the wicketkeeper Clyde Fontaine. Good bouncer to win the over. Taken a good 4 out of it. It's 140 for 2. And with that boundary also, the West Indies have officially avoided the follow-on. In 4-day and 3-day cricket, the follow-on is avoided at 150 runs. In 5-day cricket, it's avoided at 200. So now with the deficit at 147 runs, the South Africans will have no choice but to bat again. But in order for them to earn that right, they still need to get 8 more wickets. None more important than the one currently on strike. Everything about his father, even the way he marks his guard, using the bail, about to take his stance, lazy in his approach, cleaning the pitch, all trademark Shandapol. But Moreki, he has the ball coming around the wickets. The battle we saw between these two in the first session was amazing. What will it bring now? What was happening in that first session is that Tepo Moreki had his number in. He was bowling exceptionally. Coming around the wickets to the left-hander, he was prodding it on that 4th to 5th stump line. And eventually got the wicket of Kirk Mackenzie, working him over with a few wide ones and then bringing in one back of a length into that straighter line, gets the edge and dismissed Mackenzie. Shandapol, he's moving across his stumps to negate that. But this time he's not doing that as much. He was firmly across in the first session, also trying to negate the movement of the ball as well. The ball in the morning was still relatively new, just 9 overs old in the start of the day's play. Dwan Olivier and Hardes Viljoen really treated the ball with care in the morning as well, bowling magnificent lines and lengths. Moreki came to clean up. So with the ball a bit older, it's easier to navigate a little bit for Shandapol. And like we said, Shandapol, one of the most experienced players in this team. He is the most experienced player in this team. On his 67th match. What the West Indies will want for is for him to remain there for as long as possible. If he is able to carry his batch through, even better. Just guiding down to the legs. They're calling for two. Phenomenal fielding from Tony Dezorzi. Coming down from mid-wicket, collecting that at the square leg region to just keep it down to a single. Moreke has one more over remaining and one more ball remaining, and he has to deal with this left-right combination. Square leg umpires not having a fun time having to crisscross. It's part of the job. But Zebo Moreke has two more balls to Hodge, and to be fair, Moreke has been bowling brilliantly to both left and right-handers here. He has been great. His first wicket, McCaskey was a right-hander, Mackenzie a left-hander. He's controlling this run rate brilliantly in this partnership. Now bowling to the right-handed Hodge. And getting it well and straight with that ball still coming back into the right-hander. Getting it at an extraordinary length there, Moreke. Do I go forward? Do I go backwards? Nah, I'll rather prod the crease to ensure that the ball causes less damage. And it's the last ball of Zebo Moreke's over. Oh, brilliant bowling. It's just rolling back to the stumps. It does not dislodge the bail, though. Oh, the soft hands almost backfiring for Hodge. Phenomenal bowling for Zebo Moreke. He's really dialed in. 43 overs come to a close. The West Indians trailed by 146 runs. It's 141 for 2. Great speed, great hustle from Zebo Moreke. This is not even the highest level of South Africans bowlers. And Shandapol and Hodge here having to deal with a lot of work here as they prepare for the Australian tour. The West Indies, that's where they'll be going. Known for its fast, zippy tracks is the Australian circuit. But in this 3-match series, first match being played here in Benoni, Willowmoore Park. The next game will be played in Buffalo Park in East London, so the conditions will be much more different. We're in the coastline, so more humidity, slightly slower. Beautiful, beautiful stadium at Buffalo Park in East London. Then we close it off with one of the biggest grounds in the country, Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. So it's going to be a true test here for the South Africans and the West Indians, with this entire series giving the players a total taste of different conditions. Quick track here in Benoni. Hard track. We went to inspect the pitch earlier on. Beautiful grass coverage. That's why you're getting that zippiness as well. Mangaung Oval is in the dry of the Free States. A lot of running there. And then Buffalo Park in the coast. Humidity, sea breeze in the Eastern Cape. So a true test of all-round skill here for the players throughout the course of this tournament or the series. Next game, of course, starting on the 28th of November till the 1st of January. That one in Buffalo Park. And then from the 5th of December, we go to Mangaung. So the West Indian West Indian contingent will relish this opportunity of having to try out their cricket in different conditions, with so many new players also coming through. Still about to see Kevlon Anderson, the 23-year-old for West Indies, who was playing his debut professional season. Kirk McKenzie, who's had a very decent start to his first-class career. He's also going to be looking for experience outside of the West Indies. McCaskey, who was looking pretty decent, he lost his wicket playing a very strong cover drive, which was caught at backward point. So all of these players looking to build up their experience, and how valuable is it to have tours like these, where you get good bowling from Dwan Olivier, really pestering those stumps of Kevin Hodge. And Hodge doing what he did in the first session again, just taking his time to get into the groove of his cricket. Had that lovely drive. Hit it earlier on in the session, getting his 4 runs into his 40s. Beautiful delivery from Dwan Olivier, but it's a non-delivery as it's signalled no ball by umpire Arno Jacobs. Another one of those for Dwan Olivier. It's the only thing he just wants to reel back Dwan Olivier. It's that overstepping. Really the only flaw of his bowling today. Nothing else much. His lines and lengths have been impeccable. Hasn't been giving away a lot of runs. Oh, that one was much better. Much sharper from Dwan Olivier. Threatening Kevin Hodge. But it's a dot ball to end the over. Good bowling, good intensity from Dwan Olivier, and also fantastic retaliation from Kevin Hodge, looking to take on the short bowling from the big South African quick. It ends over number 44. The score is 143 for the loss of 2. Dwan Olivier has completed 10 overs in his spell, going for 3.7 runs to the over, just giving away 37 in his spell. Has been exceptional today. Equally as exceptional, even more exceptional, can even say the most exceptional of the South African bowling contingent for this match so far. Tsepo Moreki coming in for his 10th over, charging down the chalet end, bowling to Tajerine Chandapur. I think this is where we're going to see it for the rest of the 5 overs remaining in the inning, in the over. Just outside that off stump, the least we're going to see is him going a bit straighter, going to target those stumps. Ruan de Swart, he is in. He's standing at fine leg for the South Africans. Him and Tony Dazorzi at mid-wicket, the only 2 players supporting that straighter delivery. That's why he's keeping it wide as Tsepo Moreki, dropping that one a little bit shorter, but it's very gentle and calm hands from Chandapur. He actually looks unbothered even by that ball and even by that ooh by the South Africans. It's rather Kevin Hodge who hasn't found his groove against Moreki. and we saw just before the lunch area, or lunch break, Tsepo Moreki started flirting around with the short-pitched delivery. Hardus Viljoen started also playing around with the short-pitched delivery. Dwan Olivier, he's operating with a short-pitched delivery. Tony Tazorzi is dropping back to deep square leg. It's coming in a little bit fine as well, so that could be preparation for the short ball by Tsepo Moreki as well. The lack of pace from him, just pushing those boundary riders 3/4 to the line of the boundary. And gets it nice and straight, does Moreki. It's top stuff from the South African bowler. Hasn't given away any runs in this over. Has been forcing Shandapol to play at every ball, and such is the field placement from Neil Brunt. That H ball that is getting connected by Shandapol is right into the paws of a South African fielder. And it's the first one that Shandapol has had the urge to leave. But the one thing that West Indians and Shandapol himself will be happy about is his patience in his selection of strokes. For many other batters, that wide full delivery is an inviting shot. It's a little bait from the bowler, asking you to flare those arms through the ball. But he bowls this one straighter. That's what he's waiting for, Shandapol. The straight one. So much power, so much timing, and so much elegance in that straight drive to end over number 45. It's 147 for 2. Shandapol on 69 runs. Hodge on 40. Moreki just bowling that one a little bit straighter. Getting a good length, but Shandapol driving it on the up. So much confidence. So much control over the ball in front of him. And because of that trailing leg, it's very hard to find himself squared up or playing around his front foot. He's most likely always going to engage that straight ball with the full face of the bat because of that open stance. Can get him in danger with the outside edge, but he covers his lines magnificently in how he transfers that front foot and the weight of his body. Bowling up into a fine innings here, Tangerine Shandapol. But Hodge still looking to get himself in to the second session. Had a taste of some few short ones from Olivier as he comes in, starting it off straight. As you can see with that defensive shot, minimal feet. Olivier will want to take those feet away, and out of the bowlers here, he really has the potential to do that. There's the short stuff from Olivier. First one for the over. Another very interesting thing to take note of here in terms of the field placings for Dwan Olivier is that those slip fielders are standing rather wide from Clyde Fontaine. No services of first slip, rather second slip is where Neil Brunt is stationed. Right next to him is Keegan Peterson. That means Gully is inherently wider. David Bedingham bowls it short this time, does Dwan Olivier, but he has protection. Tony Dazozi in square leg runs across and stops that ball from causing any more damage. Tsepo Moreki is also there. He is standing at fine leg for that short delivery. It's a big distance onto that leg side boundary for the West Indian batters. Right-hander needing to have a big hit on the leg side. Left-hander needing a big hit on the offside. It's movement away from the pitch, but again Dwan Olivier having a problem with that front foot, and a very anticlimactic way for the West Indians to reach 150 runs, but they do so nonetheless. 150 runs, taking them 45 overs. They trail by 137 runs. It's a good start here from the West Indians. Just one over that raptured their 2 wickets. Another short delivery from Dwan Olivier. Kevin Hodge wanting to take him on, and that is exactly what the South Africans want. They want Hodge playing those shots. The moment Hodge decides not to play those shots, Dwan Olivier will continue peppering it short. So the West Indian feeling no choice but to take Olivier on to stop that rampage of short balls, because he's been driving very well, has Hodge. So take away his driver's license. What can he do? Problems. Good questions asked from Dwan Olivier. All around the pitch. And asking Hodge to bring in the best of his answers. He's responding well so far. 42 from 96 balls he is. The West Indies are on 150 for the loss of 2. They trail by 137. Dwan Olivier just giving away that extra. Another no ball from the South African quick. But Tsepo Moreki has been giving nothing away. One of the best bowling performances I've seen from Tsepo Moreki. Really has it dialed in. But the thorny figure of Chanderpaul awaits the South African fielders and the South African bowler. He has been superb so far as the West Indian opener. Look at how he just rides the bounce of that ball, reads the length so early, reads the line equally as early, gets his entire body behind the line of the ball, playing it right under his nose. That's why he's able to control it so well, despite the steep bounce from Moreki. Trusting his hands is Tajerine Chanderpaul. Oh, wonderful. Brilliant delivery from Moreki. Haven't been seeing a lot of those against Chanderpaul. But this is the contest between him and the left opener batter. This is what we've been watching this whole day. Moreki trying to get that outside edge. But Chanderpaul has been denying him the whole time. It's the second time that he's beaten the outside edge of Chanderpaul. Only the second time. That is how well the West Indian has been able to bat against Moreki, who's very much South Africa's best bowler today. And it goes again. But this time Chandapol decides to leave it. Getting that one to shape away from the left-hander, Moreki. He's been getting a lot of them to shape into the right-hander, so it's not a surprise that he can get it to move away from the left-hander. That's exactly how we got the wickets of Kirk Mackenzie. Back of a length, move away. Get the edge. Get Clyde Fontaine celebrating. Moves across his stumps, but Moreki is a little bit straight this time. He's not happy with his efforts. Of course he'd be unhappy with his efforts. 3 magnificent deliveries. And just gives 2 runs to Chandapol. The ball moving away from the left-hander seems to have baited Moreki into bowling one a little bit straighter. Too straight for his liking. Chandapol will be glad to receive those every single day. Remember, just a mid-wicket and a fine leg on the leg side. So getting the line to work with that one, but Moreki delivers his second no ball of the innings. Overstepping galore here by the South Africans. That is one aspect that they want to go take a look at. With him bowling so well, Moreki, the last thing you need is him overstepping, because he's such a threat with that ball in hand. You don't want any of those wickets coming off a no ball. Look at that. Just doing such a good job for the South Africans. But it's Chandapol who just remains unrushed. This partnership equally unrushed. 87 from 31 overs of batting. Going for the block hole was Moreki. Sharp to the idea was Chandapol. Working it to the open mid-wicket area. Dane Peets from mid-on collects. And we end over number 47 here at Willowmoore Park. West Indies A on 154 for the loss of 2 after 47. Moreki has bowled 11, given away 26. Dwan Olivier will want to now come back, just reel in the no balls that he has been bowling. Tsepo Moreki also a culprit of overstepping. South Africa bowling rather well here today. Over comes around the wicket is Dwan Olivier. He's testing out the short ball strategy to Tajereen Chandapol right now, who has been dealing with Moreki's lines and lengths, beating the outside edge. Now Dwan Olivier will be looking to beat the helmet, quite literally. Leave it with a few red marks. We know that he's good at that, Dwan Olivier. But he pushes this one into the legs. Beautiful stroke from Chandapol. Absolutely spectacular timing. It runs all the way to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. A gift for him. That is what he's waiting for the whole day, has Shandapol. He's just been waiting on that delivery the whole day. If it comes straight, he will pedal you onto the mid-wicket boundary. He will drive you straight through your legs and through your feet. He will drive you through mid-off. And then he will let it go if it's not in his arc. This is what first-class batting is about. There's no time. There's no one rushing you. He's faced 135 deliveries. He's been out there since yesterday. And now has been rewarded with 76 brilliant runs. Fantastic ball from Olivier. An even better leave from Shandapol. Those are the balls that Kevin Hodge looks to take on. But he needs to be careful, Shandapol. There's a deep square leg fielder. There's a deep fine leg. Then you have your short mid-wicket who's waiting for that short ball, which is going to be pulled and mistimed into the air. And you have a short backward square. That short backward square waiting for the mistimed hook shot. Fantastic stuff. All I can do as a cricket-loving fan is just smile at that. How good is Shandapol at reading that length? Getting under it in a blink of an eye. Both Olivier and Shandapol will be happy with their efforts in this over so far. Except for that full straight delivery that was smashed for 4. But otherwise an entertaining and good over. To end over number 48 here. Dwan Olivier marching. Putting in the work for his captain. Putting in the work for his team. Putting in the work for his spot to New Zealand. He's bowled 12 overs. 44 runs. Yet to get a wicket. Surviving here, West Indies. Surviving well. 9 overs into the new session. They have not lost a wicket. That is the biggest thing, because very often when we watch a match of cricket, that after a short little break, you break the rhythm and the tempo that the batters are operating at. And it is that moment where you are able to grab their wickets. That's why Kevin Hodge has not found his groove just as yet and nearly lost his wicket to the bowling of Tsepo Moreki. And now he has to face the music. Can he dance? Moreki will continue testing that outside edge. He's getting dual movement here, is Tsepo Moreki, getting the ball to move into the right-hander and then ever so often can shape it away from the right-hander as well. Rohan de Swart. He goes to mid-on. Hardus Viljoen comes down to find leg. Is Hardus Viljoen coming to bowl next? Don't matter, sharp delivery from Moreki, but it's good work from Hodge. That was a dangerous delivery from Moreki. Very sharp. Very straight. And with him getting the ball to move into the right-hander, Hodge is happy, connected to that. Yes, seems like Hardus Viljoen is warming up a little bit. If Tsepo Moreki does get tired, which doesn't look like it, might be replaced by Mihlali Mpongwana. But as it stands, if I'm Tsepo Moreki, I don't want that ball leaving my hand. He bowls to Shanda Paul now. Short ball, but lacking the pace of Olivier. Ball just gets a little bit spongier on its bounce, and Shanda Paul is able to work that around to the fine leg fielder, Hardus Viljoen. He's getting a good warm-up, is Hardus Viljoen, having to go fine leg to fine leg with the left right-hander. Clyde Fortain asking him to come to the fine leg. Good awareness from the wicket-keeper. We are halfway through over number 49 here for Tsepo Moreki. Oh, gorgeous shots from Hodge. Brilliant shot. Leans into it. Full swing of his arms through the pitch of the ball. And the ball goes through the cover boundary where Tony Tazozi can only collect it. It's 4 runs. He moves to 47 runs now. West Indies trailed by 123. Moreki just a little bit fuller that time. Way too fuller. Way too wider too. What he's been doing well is hitting that good length on that 5th, 4th stump line. That time going on that 6th stump line. Through cover, through point. There's a nice gap there to work with. And it goes short. There's a nice big gap between point and cover. That's Zubair Hamza and Tony Tazozi. And an even bigger gap between cover and mid-off. Way bigger cover. Trying to lure Hodge into that drive. He has been pressed, unable to score runs. But that drive early on in the over, just enough to release some of the pressure from him. So he might not feel the need to drive the ball through that area. So Moreki goes straight onto his stumps and is able to guide that for a single to the mid-wicket area. It ends over number 49 here for the West Indies. They're on 165 runs after taking 5 runs from that over. They lead by 120, or rather they trail by 122. This partnership now, 99 runs from 199 deliveries. And like we were saying, warming up fine leg to fine leg. Hardus Viljoen gets the ball. He's bowled 10 overs. He's gone for 46 runs. He really wants that wicket column to tick for him. He's bowled only 1 wide delivery. That was a short pitch delivery, adjudged to be too high for Hodge to play. Otherwise, disciplined. Here he comes now from the Ekurhuleni end. He'll be bowling to Kevin Hodge. We have a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. 2 slips a gully. And Viljoen starts it nice and full. Short and wide from Hardus Viljoen, and it's cut away from Hodge. And it's a great way to bring up his 50 runs here, the West Indian batter. Coming in at number 4 after a flurry of wickets from Tsepo Moreki. He now does the job 50 runs for Kevin Hodge from 82 deliveries, and equally the 100-run partnership between him and Tejarin Chandapal. 103 is their stand now from 201 balls. Ball keeping sneakily short from Hardus Value.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Falun continues bowling the ball wider of the off stump. He has protection now in the deep point region. Zubair Hamza, he patrols the point boundary. It was a cracking shot from Kevin Hodge to bring up his 50 runs. And two straights from Falun, easily prodded away to the open square leg boundary. It's just a single. Rwanda Swart, he's there. The last ball of over number 11. Deep square leg, deep fine leg. Short backward square, short ball. Full ball from Hardus Falun rather. Nothing short in that over from him. Big burly fast bowler from South Africa. Ends over number 50. The West Indies on 170 runs for the loss of 2. They trail by 117. Over number 50, fittingly, brings up 50 runs for Kevin Hodge. It is the 17th time in his first-class career that he raises his bat up for his half-century. Averaging just 29, will look to get that first-class average into the 30s. That 50 over also brings up the 100-run partnership between Chandapal and Hodge, tiring the South Africans a little bit. So Dane Pete comes in. He looked quite dangerous in the morning. Bowled 10 overs. Only went for 15 runs in those 10 overs. Of those 15, just 2 of them being boundaries. So it tells you he's been bowling really well as Dane Pete. But he has been coming from the Ekurhuleni end where we are. So now he comes from the Chalet end. Switching of ends where the fast bowlers have been getting a lot of purchase. So if there's purchase for the fast bowlers, should be purchase for the spin bowlers as well. So Dane Pete and Neil Brunt are in discussion to see how they're going to extract the usage of the pitch. West Indies have Hodge on strike. South Africa have Bedingham under the helmet at silly mid-wicket. Or rather, he's at silly square leg is David Bedingham. Zubair Hamza stands at slip. Kevin Peterson, or rather Keegan Peterson, one of the quicker fielders. Big appeal from Dane Pete! That was the change that they would have wanted, but umpire Spelele Gasa says, well, there was an inside edge onto that. Dane Pete spinning the ball towards the right-hander. Almost getting purchase. And with that ball spinning back in, David Bedingham is definitely into the picture. Keegan Peterson at short mid-wickets. He's the one I was speaking about being a sharp fielder. South Africa want to give away nothing on that leg side. If he wants to get runs, he has to pierce David Bedingham and risk being caught. But it's going to be very hard to get away from Keegan Peterson, who dives to his right and stops what was going to be a certain run. Keeps the West Indies in order. Keeps Kevin Hodge on strike. Dane Pete continues hunting, but Keegan Peterson prevents the run scoring. That's why he left slip and went there. Arguably the best fielder in the South African lineup today. And a sharper delivery to end the over from Dane Pete. Brilliant one. All-round supports from the South Africans as well, preventing the single from being taken. And after 51 overs, it's time to have your second session's drinks here in day 2 of this 4-day contest, or the unofficial test between South Africa A and West Indies A. 41 runs have been scored in the session so far. We've only seen 12 overs being bowled, so they are batting at quite a decent nick here, are the West Indians. Just nearly 4 runs to the over. No wickets have been lost, most importantly, and that's where the South Africans will feel like they have let it loose with how often a wicket falls straight after a break. So the West Indies will be happy with how the second session has started so far. The score was 170 for the loss of 2. Drinks break is over. Hartjesviljoen in his over. Oh, but he just bowls it a little bit straight. Hesitation over the running. But Hodge, after bringing up his 50 just before the drinks break, makes it back home nice and safely. Seeing how how Dwan Olivier was bowling just before he got changed up with Hartjesviljoen, Olivier was banging it in short. Was actually making life uncomfortable for Kevin Hodge. And also Shandapur to a certain extent. It's just that Shandapur played the short ball deliveries with a lot more conviction.
Nah, there is something
And Hartjesviljoen has just came in. He's bowling the ball nice and full. And I'm speaking here with Otto. Just want to make sure that I collaborate what my eyes are seeing here. Because it really seems as if Hartjesviljoen is getting the ball to reverse. If it's not reversing, it's definitely tailing right at the end before it pitches. It's moving away from the left-hander. But that one was just a little bit too short for you to see, which could explain why Hartjesviljoen is bowling that ball very short. You can see the South Africans working the ball hard. Or rather, you can see why Viljoen is bowling it full. He's trying to extract that movement, and it is there for him to work with. 52 overs gone, 174 for 2. And if it is really happening, it's going to add a new twist for the West Indians. It's going to add a new twist for the South Africans as well. Dane Pete working with David Bedingham, who's standing at the silly square leg. Kevin Hodge is trying very hard to find his scoring options. And he's trying very hard, Mihlali, or rather Tsepo Moreki, standing a little bit too deep. It's a very strange position to be at mid-on when you're trying to prevent run scoring from one of the batters. The batter that the spinner looks to be having a good time with. But he squeezes a single, Kevin Hodge, playing it to mid-on. Now the left-hander on strike, Bedingham still under the wicket. Dane Pete was exceptional to Shandapur coming from the Ekurhuleni end. Now from the Chalet end, what is the pitch going to give the spinner? Getting good turn. Getting real good turn. What he did well was invite Shandapur outside of that off stump. Get him feeling for the ball far away from his stumps. Something along those lines he was doing in his first stint against Shandapur. And he was getting some good bounce and turn as well from the Ekurhuleni end. Ooh, thick outside edge. Happy stuff from the South Africans here. Happy stuff for Dane Pete as well. Last ball of his 14th over. Just one run from it. And it remains one run from it. Looking to pad that away was Shandapur. It's a wonderful contest between him and with Dane Pete. Ending over number 53. 175 gone for the loss of 2. West Indies trailing by 112. Hartjesviljoen continues. a surprising thing with Hardisviljoen, he's been brilliant with the bat this season. 2 games in, he has 2 half centuries plus a score of 48 runs. But his job here is to get a wicket. And here's the short stuff. Waited 2 overs for it in his spell and is finally deciding to let it go. And he can let it go, alright. Starting his career right here in Benoni is Hardisviljoen playing for the Easterns. He has 28 first-class games here, so he's playing his 29th. By far the most experienced player to play here at Willowmoore Park within the 22 players playing today. So he knows these conditions and he knows them well, which is why he might also be able to get that ball to tail in. Which is why he's able to get that ball to tail in the air. As you can see, the South Africans are really working that ball. And let's just see what happens when he drops it in fuller. You can see that ball just tailing into the right-hander. Squeezing it out is Hodge. Good wrist work as well from him. But this is the stuff. With the ball tailing into the right-hander, it will move away from the left-hander. This might be the time to see Shandapol being under a little bit of a problem, but it will require Hardisviljoen to be able to use that ball very well. Oh, wide delivery. Looking for a full swing was Shandapol. Risky shot. There's a deep point there, so wouldn't have found a lot of value into his runs. Would have been going for a single. But that's the option that Viljoen presented. There's very few other options that he can use to score runs. The last thing he wants to do is to stray it straight. Oh, good ball, good appeal. They are coming for it, and it's taken. This was the time for Shandapol to be under the pump with the ball doing something from Hardisviljoen. And do something it does. And it does the biggest thing it can do for a bowler, which is to grab a wicket. And it's not just any wicket, it's the monster wicket of Tejarin Shandapol, who was out there for 150 deliveries. He goes now for 78, and a brilliant 78. He's gone, LBW Hardisviljoen. It's 176 for 3. This is what they wanted. Hardisviljoen with that full delivery does the goods. Trapping Shandapol. Oh man, and he was looking good. New batter comes in though for the West Indies. Tevin Imlak. Guyanese replacing another Guyanese. He comes in for the 25th time to bat. Just has 557 runs in his career. It's coupled with 350s and 100. His best score of 136 that he hit. This was last season against Jamaica. 136 undefeated. And Tevin Imlak will have to produce the goods here today because his team really needs him. 26-year-old is the batter from the West Indies. Just averaging 27.5 runs in his campaign. They could do a triple or even quadruple of those runs. But it's not going to be easy with Hartus Viljoen finding his mark and getting some tail in the air. Oh, wonderful. It's brilliant. Off the seam from Hartus Viljoen. This might be very problematic because that would mean the big fast bowlers getting bilateral movement, getting the ball to swing in on the air, and once it pitches, move away from the batter. So Hartus Viljoen, phenomenal delivery to remove Tejerine Chanderpaul for 78 runs in that 54th over, which comes to a close. The West Indies have lost 3 and they trail by 111 runs. Apologies for that. Banging sound like these banging shots and banging wickets. Dane Pete bowls to Kevin Hodge. David Bedingham always looks like he's in the picture when Dane Pete is bowling. He can get an extra puff of bounce, does the off spinner. Remember, he has been the leading wicket taker for 2 4-day series campaigns here in South Africa. In one of those campaigns, taking a whopping 54 wickets in just 10 games is Dane Pete. That's the one that got him the call up to the South African team. So he's absolutely prolific in the domestic scene as Dane Pete. Even though now he's looking to apply his trade in the United States of America, he's still here looking to go to New Zealand and help his country. So Imlach is on strike. Kevin Peterson right next to the pitch. David Bedingham also right next to the pitch. Tony Tazozi not next to the pitch, and that's why they get that 1 run. But it's good stuff here for Dane Pete now. He has 2 targets he can work over. He's just been so threatening every time he comes to bowl as the spin bowler. Now even worse as he bowls to Hodge, who hasn't been looking comfortable in this particular session, and Imlach, who's just brand new. Short extra cover makes their way for Hodge. Dwan Olivier, he's at short, fine leg, stopping that from causing any damage. Just keeping bowling to his field here, Dane Pete, but dropping that one a little bit shorter and wider. Backward point, Hartus Viljoen, of all people. He stops that. Of course, the expectation is for the ball not to go to point. That's why you have your fast bowler there. Oh, fine leg is where Dwan Olivier is to stop that sweep. And your best fielders here, Tony Tazozi. He is at mid-wicket for that parry into the leg side. Keegan Peterson, he's at extra cover for any driven shots that might go into that very big open area in the cover boundary. But right now can't get the ball out of the square as we see the end of over number 55. It's 180 for the loss of 3 here for the West Indies A. They trail by 107 runs. Dane Pete has given away 32 from his 15 overs. Just a smidgen over 2 runs to the over. Hartus Viljoen comes in from the Kuruleni end, continuing his job, getting the wicket in his previous over. A precious delivery. Oh, it was an amazing ball to get rid of Chanderpaul. And now he has Imlach, the new man, sniffing. Here is South Africa. David Bedingham sniffing the armpits of Imlach as he's standing in the short square leg. 2 slips and a gully. And he starts it nice and straight. Is Hardus Viljoen getting it at that back of a length. What we've been seeing here is immaculate length control from Hardus Viljoen. He's being able to change up his length like that ball is on a string and listening to whatever his brain dictates. As you can see, just getting that ball to nip away from the seam is Viljoen. And that's all it takes to give a batter trouble. Small movement, doesn't have to whoop and move mountains and break a protractor, no. Just a slight single degree of movement is enough to make a batter completely misjudge the line of the ball, especially if it's coming at the pace at which Hardus Viljoen is delivering it. And here he is again searching for that bilateral movement that he got earlier on. Shorter delivery, hits over the head of Bedingham by Imlach. It's going to be stopped by Tsepo Moreki at the deep, keeping it to 2. It's a good looking shot, that's from Imlach, looking to get his campaign going here. One of those guys, Imlach, who are looking to break through and make their names. Just playing in his 15th match is Imlach. But he knows how it's like to taste victory. Being part of that Guyanese team that was able to lift the trophy. And it's a steady procession here as this partnership just wants to get its legs moving a little bit. It's currently on 6 runs. Normally 1 wicket quickly brings in the second, but Imlach and Hodge just wanting to hold it down. But now the problem is for the West Indians is that the danger comes in both ends. It comes from both ends. Dane Pete with the ball, who has been brilliant throughout the day. He now bowls to Hodge. He's been there for 124 deliveries, the batter. Trying to limit that to as little as possible. Keegan Peterson is now back at that mid-wicket region. But mid-on has been pushed down to long-on. That allows that single for Hodge. And because the new batter is now on strike, South Africa look to tighten up the screws. In comes long-on, down to mid-on. Keegan Peterson comes to leg slip. Zubair Hamza at first slip. Bedingham still remains under the helmet, so 4 players around the bat. Oh, and starting off very well. There's Dane Pete. He still has 3 of those that he can bowl. Olivier is at short mid-wicket, stopping that from being a single. So, short square leg slip, first slip, short extra cover, short mid-wicket. Goes big! Imlach wins the battle. That is the pressure of having 4 fielders around the bat and everyone hounding you. He uses his feet, does Tevin Imlach, and is able to hit that over the boundary for 4. Just took 2 bounces into the deep mid-wicket area, having to use his feet to try and dislodge the pressure from Dane Pete and the South Africans. But Neil Brunt and the Proteas still keep persisting. Imlach persists again. Mistimed this time. Ooh, it might be brewing here for the South Africans. Mistimed, but muscled enough to go for the boundary at the backward square. Mihlali Mpongwana is very square and he's in front of square. Fine leg is too fine. He finds the gap, does Tevin Imlach, but South Africa still keep the pressure. They take for the single. Wonderful batting from Tevin Imlach. He wins that over very convincingly against Dane Pete, taking 9 runs from it. 2 boundaries, 1 single just squeezed behind fine leg, and it sees the score at 192 for the loss of 3. The deficit now double digits for the West Indies. They trail by 95. That is Dane Pete's most expensive over, just giving away those 9 runs. If there's anything, he won't be too bothered by the way those runs came about. Forcing the batter to do something out of the ordinary. Forcing him to dance down the track twice. Forcing him to play a sweep shot. Looking to break the 4 men around the bat. We'll see how Dane Pete retaliates in his next over, but for now, Hardus Viljoen has square leg, fine leg, mid-wicket. It's up into the air. There's a chance, but a chance too much for the man standing at fine leg. It's too fine from Imlach. He's riding his luck here, is Imlach. It goes for 4. Might as well read his name as I'm Luck, because luck is definitely with him today. That one getting a 1 bounce over the boundary. A big top edge. He's unafraid to take on the short stuff from Hardus Viljoen. But I'm getting a feeling here, this won't be the last short ball we see in this over. Moreki is still standing a little bit square at fine leg, because that hook shot might come straight to him. But it gets the edge this time, doesn't reach gully, just 1 bounce towards him. Very soft hands from Imlach. But this is what we mean when we talk about Hardus Viljoen's control of length. Previous delivery, superbly guided short ball. Too big for Tevin Imlach, but is able to hit it for 4 with the top edge. Next one getting an outside edge through a good length. Oh, this one just almost keeping a bit short. Dying a little bit on Imlach. But like we said, luck is on his side. Getting a slight edge on the bat keeps that away from his pads. Viljoen bowling very well here in his return spell, taking the wicket off Shandapur. And Imlak getting on top of the bounce here. Slowly and slowly getting into his work. Hardus Viljoen playing in his 15th first-class season. It all started right here in Benoni. He has 110 wickets in the stadium from 28 matches that he's played, so it's a serious record from Viljoen. Gets the pads, but that was an inside edge into the pads. Incredible length. Big questions here for Tevin Imlak. Questioning his helmet, getting that top edge, asking big questions over the validity of his outside edge, and now sniffing his inside edge. There's one ball remaining from Viljoen. He ends it with a short one. Tevin Imlak able to duck under that beauty to end over number 58. The West Indians on 196 for the loss of 3. They still trail by 91 runs. Hardus Viljoen has 5 wicket hauls in this stadium, averaging 26 runs to the wicket. Today, though, averaging 31 runs to the wicket. We want to add on to that. Dane Pete. He's played 3 matches in this ground. Not a lot of action in Willowmoore Park. Normally for your semi-pro cricket, 3-day cricket, it's where you have Easterns play their games here. But now with the new divisional structure of the South African provincial cricket, Easterns play in the 2nd division of South African cricket, so that is where Willowmoore Park is being used the most. Most of these players being 1st division players will play most of their cricket in Gauteng, either at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium against the Lions, or at the magnificent Super Sports Park in Centurions against the Titans. So that's why a man with the experience of Dane Peets only has 3 games here at Willowmoore Park. Took 9 wickets. But he averages 22 with the ball, Dane Pete. So he's very close to getting a wicket here. 42 runs he's given away. Kevin Hodge has just been working around here, surviving against Dane Pete. A lot of balls turning into him, having to try and pedal them down to the fine leg area. That is why Tevin Imlak was dancing down the track, because he's allowing Dane Pete to bowl to him. Loads of oohs and ahs for that over by the South Africans. 59 come to a close. A maiden by Dane Pete. They still trail by 91 runs. When we speak of Dane Peets just playing 3 games here in his entire career, he's played 117. Hardus Viljoen has played 128. Dane Patterson 149. Dwan Olivier 135. Kaya Zondo 145. So many players who have played over 80 first-class matches, and it just shows the experience within this SAA team. Ball just really behaving waywardly. A big toss for Tepo Moreki. Big diving effort. but it's a dead ball. No shot offered by the batter. Didn't run. No runs awarded because no shots was offered by the batter. So Hardes Viljoen gets to bowl. Yep. Cricket, a game of many rules, many laws. It's a dead ball, but it counts as a legal delivery. The rule or law is that a batter has to offer a shot to offer any punishment to the bowler. But be careful, you have to offer a shot if the ball is going for your stumps. Otherwise, you'll still lose your wicket. Big edge, chance, and it's taken. Hardes Viljoen strikes again. Tevin Imlach is gone. Shoulder of the bat. And it's a popping catch to Neil Brunt, who's standing at gully. That's wicket number 4 gone. Hardes Viljoen strikes again. This is his home, all right, and he's making it his home still. Bedingham takes the catch. It's 196 for 3. Oh, that is exactly what Hardes Viljoen wanted. Imlach was coming in with intent and aggression, the Guyanese player. 16 runs, 21 balls. But he has to walk back. Had no clue over that delivery from Hardes Viljoen, hitting a back of a length, getting more bounce, more zip, rushing the batter, squaring him up, getting the shoulder of the bat, and an easy pop to the gully fielder. Stationed is David Bedingham, was able to take the catch. This brings in batter number 5 now for West Indies A. It is their captain, Joshua De Silva. Captained the team in the successful tour of Bangladesh, the West Indies A versus Bangladesh A tour. And now he's here captaining West Indies A again, but this time in South Africa. It's his 58th first class match, averages 33 runs, does the captain. He is the team's wicketkeeper as well, and he is one of the West Indies international players. A lot of questions about his call-up and whether or not he's going to make it into that one-day or test side going to Australia. So this is his time, Joshua De Silva. This is his time to show his worth. Man, must he show it, the captain, because Hardes Viljoen has his tail up, and it is on fire. It is looking to lay smoke here at Willowmoore Park. 3 balls remain in his over. Tony Dazorzi comes in. He's standing next to the square leg umpire. David Bedingham under the helmet, standing at short square leg. 2 slips and a gully. So short square leg next to the square leg umpire, 2 slips and a gully. Making usage of the fine leg though, Tsepo Moreki running hard, stopping that. Good fielding efforts in the deep, keeping that to just 2 runs. And De Silva's off the mark on his first ball. Joshua De Silva, 13 50s, 3 centuries in his first class career. They'll be looking for one of those here today. Certainly, he'll be looking for one of those today. But it's a big leap. Tony Dazorzi at square leg, ball just bouncing in front of him, ends up making a fantastic stop. That's why he's stationed there. He is one of the better fielders in the South African team, the dreadlocks man. Played well for his half century, scoring 55 runs at the top of the innings. Undone by the spin of Kevin Sinclair. He's now doing his job in the field. He drops deeper now to deep square leg. Hardus Viljoen has a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, a short mid wicket. And a ball that is tailing into the right-hander as he bowls it full to end over number 16. Trying to bluff all of us here is Hardus Viljoen. 60 overs gone, and he walks away with the wicket of Imlak, taking him for 16 from 21. An inspired change from Neil Brunt, and Hardus Viljoen is having an excellent spell. It's 198 for 4. West Indies trail by 89. Joshua De Silva plying his trade for Trinidad and Tobago, the place of his birth. He's partnering Kevin Hodge, who's now the senior batter at 63 runs from 133. The West Indies captain, Joshua De Silva, who's played 24 test matches in his career, averages 26. He has an international century. So he's no muck with the bat. The only thing that you can take away is his strike rate. 38 is his strike rate, is Joshua De Silva. But it's what you'd expect normally, batting with the lower tail. Looking to keep the innings going and be the anchor for the bottom order. Sometimes takes a lot of the new ball too. But right now, Kevin Hodge is looking to keep this ship together. That's and keep it steady he should. The West Indies reaching 200 runs now. 200 for 4. Took them 60 overs to make that happen. They're batting at just under 3.5 runs to the over. Dane Pete bringing it to an end. It's hit straight to the man who's at long on. They take a single and end over number 61. 201 is on the board. They trail by 86. Joshua De Silva is only on 3 after coming in an over ago. Hodge on 64. Who will be South Africa's next target? Hardus Viljoen. He is the man who has been on target for South Africa in this new session, taking the 2 wickets in session number 2. So he'll be looking to see if he can dislodge the Hodge. Number 7 on Viljoen's back. Will he be lucky? Bowling it a little bit too straight, and it's easily guided by Hodge, who's been there for a while. So those will be easy pickings as Tony Dazorzi is fighting his hat. Hardest for Leon with the ball this season. Has not taken too many wickets. But in his last match against the Warriors, or rather in his first match this season against the Warriors, he put up a man of the match performance, did Hardest for Leon. 73 runs with the bat, 4 wickets with the ball. Was going at just over 3 runs to the over in that particular innings when he got those 3 wickets. But it's pulled in front of square, asking Tony Dazorzi to run across from square leg. And they get 2 runs as it's stopped. It's the very big side of the boundary. That side, very big, so you need a strong hit or a superbly timed ball for it to reach the distance of the boundary. We've seen a few of them being played that side. But man, is it a big hit. Ooh, getting that one to come back. Good ball from Hardest for Leon. Very good ball. Can see hands on heads, even at the back of the stumps. This may draw Hodge to play at the next ball. So now the question is, will for Leon follow it up properly? Because so often you just get greedy as a bowler and want it there again. And so often you just get it a bit too full and get driven for a boundary. So it's important for him to just keep at it. Just like that. And he does it very well, does for Leon, with 2 balls remaining in his over. It's been really challenging the outside edge. He gave Tevin Imlach a tough time in his stand. Imlach getting 9 of those runs against Dane Pete in 1 over. But at the time he was learning some dance moves over the bowling of Leon. And it's a good ball again from him, getting a huge outside edge as it runs down to the backward point fielder. It's just 1 run. With Joshua De Silva only having to face the final delivery, the South Africans make no fielding change. Which would have been a surprise if they didn't. They do now. They bring in Point. Point is now on the ring. For Leon for the last ball of his 17th over. Pops it up into the air. There's a chance for Zubair Hamza, but it does not reach the man standing at mid-wicket. He needed to be just 1 pitch closer. He's standing 4 pitches away from the square. If he was 3, he was going to catch that ball. But it ends the over, and Hardest for Leon, causing a lot of problems for the West Indians. Ending over number 62. 4 wickets are gone for the West Indies. It's 206 as they trail by 81 runs. Partnership worth 10 runs. And here's the off spin of Neil Brunt. 2 right-handers batting now. And what we saw with Dane Pete is that there is something to work with for the bowlers. So Neil Brunt, left arm off break, turning the ball away from the right-handers. This is what we want to see. The ball challenging that outside edge, and Neil Brunt now comes on his 48th match, just has 60 wickets, but believe you me, those numbers don't give justice to the kind of work that he can bring in when it's his day. Can really starve the team of runs, and because of that, can occasionally bag his wickets. He has a 3-fer this season. Rather a 2-fer. Bowled 16 overs, went for 17 runs, took 2 wickets in that marathon spell. That was to help the Titans win by 6 wickets against the G-Bet Rocks. So now he's here partnership is still young, looking to spin the ball away. High release point as well is Neil Brunt. Tall man he is too. So we have a very, very short extra cover, looking for a false drive. We also have a slip in the form of Zubair Hamza. But very happy with that bowling are the South Africans. Hodge looking to open himself up just to cut that away because third man is opened. Third man is very opened. But he finds a different gap, does Hodge. But that gap is quickly filled up by the presence of Keegan Peterson. Keeps that to just one run from mid on. That third man boundary is very open. Dane Pete being the last protector at backward point. Nothing after that. So that is what enticed Hodge into trying to open himself up to a straight one to cut it down that third man area. Joshua Da Silva has enough skill to try that shot out himself. Because it's going to be very hard for them to try and play against the spin and work that ball to the leg side because square leg is open as well. There's only a mid wicket and a fine leg. Oh, the ball just popping up through short extra cover, through cover at Tony Dazorzi, and it's finally collected at the deep by Tebo Moreki, who had to run from mid-off and stop that at the long-off boundary. It's just 2 runs to end the over for Neil Brunt. His first, going for 3, and the deficit now for the West Indies down to 78 runs as we near the tea break. Ardis Valoon just patrolling his men. There's a gully, there's 2 slip fielders looking to make sure his angles are working as he bowls to Hodge. Quick single because the cover area is very open. They tease for 2. Brilliant running. Phenomenal running. Mihlali Mpongwana, he's very deep at point. So just pushing it into the open point area and running hard for 2, and they make it home. Good placement. Dwan Olifia, he is at mid-off, so he has to try as much as possible to guard that cover area alongside his mid-off position, which is why he's so square in that mid-off, and why you don't see him on your screen. Short and wide from Ardis Valoon, but not timed well enough this time from Hodge. They keep it to 1. Da Silva pulls that very well, but there is Tony Dazorzi who's stationed at deep square leg. And we're just reading some comments that we are seeing here on YouTube, specifically by Joshua Da Silva after playing that shot. Because, whoa, mate, says that I think Da Silva's issue is not being too attacking, and I don't think, and I don't mean playing big shots, but rather looking for easy runs such as drives and pulls. He's saying here that Joshua Da Silva just goes for those shots a bit too quickly, loses his wicket because of that. Gonna read your analysis here. Bowling it nice and full that time, Hardus Viljoen. Still showing that he has good connection and good his eye in here. Does Kevin Hodge. Hardus Viljoen is bowling very well. They can't believe that it's him creating the chances, but this is his home ground. This is where he made his first class debut back in 2008. This is where he developed his craft before moving to the Lions at the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where he blossomed with the fast tracks of the Wanderers, suiting his style of hard, short, fast. Full this time and just squaring Hodge up. That looked dangerously straight from Hardus Viljoen as he ends his 18th over and bowling superbly. It's 4 gone here, or it's 4 wickets gone rather, after 64. It's 213 for the West Indians. Da Silva on 6 runs, Hodge 73. This partnership now grows to 17 runs. They still trail by 74. That new ball is 16 overs away. And with Neil Brunt now in operation, South Africa might look at the idea of having both Brunt and Pete operate at the same time to quicken the over. But Brunt continues with that left arm off spin. Short extra cover is still in place. You might see him now on your screen. David Bedingham. Looking to be patient now, Da Silva. 2 more balls until we head on over to the tea interval. So want to make sure they don't lose wickets here in this very last over. Neil Brunt causing a little bit of problems though. He has 1 last ball remaining. He's keeping this very tidy. A quicker one straight to the stumps. A looped one with a lot of flight. Which one is it going to be to close us off? Sharper one to close us off by Neil Brunt. Just miscontrolling it though as it goes wide. It ends the over and ends the session here for the West Indies. 2 wickets gone in it, just like the first one did. And we see the score at 213 for the loss of 4 after 65 overs. We see a total of 26 overs being bowled in this particular session. 82 runs being scored as well. So 82 for 2 from 26 overs from the West Indians. In the first session they scored 83 in 30 overs, losing 2 wickets there as well. So it's a balanced affair here at Willowmoore Park, with neither side saying that I am on top. But if we look at the grand scheme of the situation, the West Indies with 6 wickets in hand and just trailing by 74 runs look like they might be batting themselves into a lead. But with the sun slowly fading away here at Willowmoore Park, with the new ball making its way in 15 overs, and with Hardus Viljoen getting the ball to have hints of reverse, it will not be easy going. It is me, Pendulo Makubane, with you on Pitch Vision and Cricket South Africa YouTube channel, bringing you this live broadcast of this unofficial first test between West Indies A and South Africa A. We will be back at the top of the hour, 3 p.m, for the beginning of the last session of day 2. We back after some tea. How many sugars did you put in yours? I was about to put sugar in mine and all of a sudden the cricket is back. Time flies when you're truly having fun. And here we are, back for session number 3. Mihlali Mpongwana begins us off. He's only bowled 3 overs, went for 15 runs, so he'll want to bring back that economy rate to be a respectable one. 23 years old, exceptional skill. Here he comes, bowling to Kevin Hodge. The only thing that Mpongwana can be faulted off with today's effort is the fact that he's been bowling a little bit too wide, little bit too full with that width, and has been able to gift a couple of scoring shots to the West Indians. But apart from that, same old, same old. The slowest of the 4 pace bowlers. The all-rounder in the team. Brilliant with the bat. But here he comes for ball number 2. Because of his slow nature of his bowling, and with the Ekurhuleni end being relatively slower than that of the Chalet end, there's a short extra cover who's standing 2 pitches within the square that we are playing on. Neil Brunt patrols that short extra cover just for that little one that pops up into the air should it hold up onto the crease. But there's no need for it to hold up, no need for the short extra cover when you can deliver beauties like that. Mihlali Mpongwana get it to shape away from the right-hander and it kisses the edge, and that is all it wrote for Kevin Hodge. Hot delivery from Mpongwana, and he takes his first for the day, and we are halfway through the batting lineup of West Indies A. Kevin Hodge, phenomenal 73 from 151 deliveries, loses his wicket to an absolute peach. The break brings the break in the bowling, and that's the wicket. Wicket gone. Mihlali Mpongwana strikes. Like we told you just before the lunch or tea break rather, just before the tea break, that the weather has changed here in Benoni. There's a big wind blowing across. The sun has definitely went away, so all of a sudden there's something here for the bowlers to work with. Hardest for Leon was getting a touch of reverse swing, getting the ball to tail back into the right-hander through the air, getting it to move away from the left-hander, which is what caused problems for Tejarin Shandopol getting his wicket. But Mpongwana now bowls to Kevin Sinclair, and still getting it to do something off the pitch. Kevin Sinclair playing in his 20th first-class match, comes in averaging just 29 runs to the 0-2 in his innings. So Mpongwana here has a short extra cover. The field hasn't changed for the new batter actually. Would have been nice to see a little bit of pressure being put into the new man. But Mpongwana running straight into the wind loses his footing. Like we said, the wind has picked up. It's a cool day here in Benoni. We have a couple of people in the stands, few people in the chalets. Few people in the grandstand over to our right. Couple of people in our banks on the left. But Mbongwana getting it to shape again away from the right-hander. Just having a little bit of problems with his landing area there, Mbongwana, but no problem with where that ball landed. Shaping away from the right-hander, exactly how he got Kevin Hodge gone. But he now steadies himself for his final delivery here, Mbongwana. Gets it nice and straight. Clyde Fontaine happy behind the stumps. Neil Brunt, the captain, happy with his call to bring in his all-rounder. He gets the wicket, the big one of Kevin Hodge, who was looking brilliant on 73. Hodge did have a tough second session, but he will have it tough no more, as he has lost that wicket for brilliantly played 73. Lost it for 151 runs as a slight edge runs to Clyde Fontaine, and he's gone through Mbongwana. Neil Brunt still continues though. Clyde Fontaine taking the catch from the previous over has been brilliant behind the wickets today. He's been exceptional. In his last first-class game, he was the man responsible for 5 dismissals. Took 5 catches in that game. So very good behind the stumps is the 28-year-old. Now having to keep for Neil Brunt. Coming around the wicket, left arm off break. Bowling it a little bit straight this time. Joshua De Silva, he's still there. He's faced 18 deliveries. So he also couldn't get himself going after the dismissal of Shandapur De Silva. But he's been showing glimpses of good stroke play so far in his innings. Just willing to work the ball around. He's gotten a boundary, a couple of singles. But he's also feeling a little bit under pressure here, Joshua De Silva. There's a lot that he's playing for his position, playing for the pride of his country as well, playing for the pride of his team as the captain of this current team. But it's overpitched by the captain of South Africa, who's bowling to the captain of the West Indies, Neil Brunt, versus Joshua De Silva. Last ball. And it's an easy push to long off after dancing down the track, ending the over. It's 214 on the board for West Indies, eh? They trail by 73 runs. This partnership now by De Silva and Sinclair. That single you just seen was its first run. So 2 batters who are yet to get their feet stuck in here at Benoni. De Silva on 7. Sinclair only have faced 3 deliveries. Mbongwana, he is on the money. Having a conversation with Dane Pete on what can be done. Dane Pete's applying a lot of his trade at Cape Cobras. Mihlali Mbongwana rising up through that system. Tsepo Moreki on his left also breaking through in that system. So Western Province. Bowls to Trinidad and Tobago. Mihlali Mbongwana during the one-day campaign, he had a very good one with the ball, taking wickets, a couple of 3-fers, 3 of them throughout the course of that tournament. The biggest one coming in the finals. Just guided down to the mid-wicket area. Tony Dezorzi has to run and retrieve that ball. It was just played to square leg. Dezorzi had to run from mid-wicket to collect that. That's why they were able to get those 2 runs, because there's a huge acres of land in the leg side of Joshua De Silva, but also at the same time, that is the bigger side of the field. It's massive. As we have a 6-3 field here for Mbongwana. Just the fine leg patrolling the boundary. 1 slip, 1 gully, and a short extra cover as attacking options. Oh, brilliant! Getting the outside edge of Joshua De Silva. Closing the face of the bat is the wicket-keeper batter. Looking to guide that one down the leg side, but problems here from Mihlali Mbongwana. His areas he's bowling at. Calling David Beddingham into the action, standing at gully. But the ball just bouncing once as it went to him. So we are halfway through the 68th. Two full, but straight into the hands of Ruan de Swart, who's at cover. Ruan de Swart, another great fielder within the South African circuit. A catch he took in the Lions in the deep last week was one to remember, running in forward, catching it lively in the field, averaging 49 runs with the bat in his first class career. Now applying his trade in Potchefstroom, playing for the Northwest Dragons after playing for the Dolphins. Down in Durban is Ruan de Swart. But now it's Mihlali Mbongwana who is genuinely challenging the pads of De Silva. What lengths that he's bowling, with the ball moving into the right-hander as well. It's really tough for Joshua De Silva, who's yet to find his groove in this innings. We've seen 2 balls in a row now, causing oohs and ahs as it shapes in and targeting that middle and leg stump. Mbongwana has 1 more ball remaining though. It's a good comeback from him. Oh, getting it full again. That's the length he wants to operate at with the pace that he has, Mihlali Mbongwana. He's only given away 2 runs in his 2 overs since his return, and in those 2 overs also bagged a wicket. It's 216 as he grabs his first maiden over as well with the conclusion of that over. The West Indies A trailed by 71 runs as South Africa posted 287. 2 half centurions so far for the West Indies. Kevin Hodge scoring 73. Shanda Paul at the top, also getting his fair share of runs. Neil Brunt looking to ensure that Sinclair goes no further. But he drops that one too short, too wide. Luckily enough, there is a deep point in protection for that ball. Remember, the ball is spinning away to the right-handers, so it will create a little bit more width for them. So Neil Brunt protecting himself by having that deep point. He also has a long off in Hardes Viljoen, who has to run around and grab that ball. That's not an arm you want to test out. Did you see that throw? That throw came in from the long off boundary straight into the hands of Clyde Fortuin, who's standing at wicketkeeper. That's the arm you don't want to take on. That arm used to chuck 150 plus kilometers an hour's deliveries. It was a real handful back in his day, Hardes Viljoen, now bowling with much more control, because when he did start off his career was a little bit wayward, but now much more mature and understands his game better. Understanding his game is also Kevin Sinclair, who waits for the ball to come onto him. He opens up the face of the bat, guides that down to the third man area, but Dane Pete runs from Short's third man and keeps that from being a boundary. They run 3. It's a good looking shot that from Sinclair. Zubair Hamza is at slip, but trusting himself to squeeze it past the slip fielder, and he does so, almost getting full rewards. Looking for a sweep, that is straight, but not so much, says umpire Gasa. Says that it's drifting down the legs. Neil Brunt was convinced. That shot was not convincing though from Joshua De Silva. Seemed premeditated. That looks much better. But there's a deep point there, remember. Tony Dozorzi closing it off as he picks up that ball to end over number 69. We are on double Nelson. West Indies, put your feet up in the air. 222. It's 5 wickets gone with De Silva on 11 from 32. Sinclair on 4 from 6. This partnership now with 9 runs for the 6th wicket. The West Indies slowly running out of batters. Not too many big partnerships to speak of. Williams and Hoyt hold the 6th wicket record partnership for SAA versus West Indies A. They had a 116 run partnership down in Cape Town way back in the 90s. That was back in 1997. Remember, these teams have only played 5 times prior, so there's not a lot of data to look at between West Indies A versus South Africa A. This is only the 6th time that the 2 A teams are playing, South Africa winning 3 and 2 of them being draws. So it's a question of pride as well for the West Indies. Of course, A-team series and tours are not too big about who wins or who loses. It does count, of course, because that counts as a blemish on your record, or it counts as a star on your record. But it's more about getting the guys who are on the fringes of breaking through into the first national team to get their run, get a feel of how it's like to play against the top of other countries. And when you get balls like that, you take the other opponent away. 2 straights from Mihlali Mpongwana, Dane Pete having to run hard to collect that at the deep mid-wicket area, and it does so well, just keeping it to 2 runs for Sinclair as they got away from Nelson. It's 224 for 5 now for the West Indies A. So for the A team, it's about the gents getting their time in the middle against opponents who are also looking to break into the international team. You'll find instances where there are international players in the team, like Joshua De Silva. So only the 6th time that these 2 emerging sides are meeting. So in all of that, the West Indies will want to walk back home just prior to their series in Australia with a big confidence boost that I went to a foreign land and I came back with foreign souvenirs. That's in the form of a W. You can eat all the biltong in the world, have all your braais, have all your boerewors, magoru, all things native to South Africa. But what you want to leave here with is pride of winning. This partnership is just 12 runs. We'll want to hold firm and hold strong. Thank you. Gets the edge! Whoa! That would have been brilliant! That would have been a catch and a half from Keegan Peterson. Mbongwana gets the edge. A big dive to his right. The ball was dying on him as well. Keegan Peterson gets his hand onto it, just not latching as he goes for his landing and it pops out of his hand. Good bowling from Mihlali Mbongwana. Great attempt by the slip fielder. And it's survival for Sinclair. He remains at 4 for 9. It's 225 for the loss of 5 here for the West Indies. Counting his lucky stars is Kevin Sinclair. Looking at his hand is Keegan Peterson. What else could he have done? Very difficult opportunity. But as a bowler, you will always feel hard done when they drop you, especially after being so consistent and persistent. But here's Neil Brunt now. Still operating around the wickets to the right-hander, having the fortune of the ball spinning outside of the outside edge. So he has Zubair Hamza as a slip. Still, the West Indies, the likes of Hakeem Jordan yet to bat. Sherman Lewis, Jaya McAllister, and Jaden Seals. Those are your last batters for the West Indies. So it's important for these two to be able to take this game by the horns and lead it as far as possible for the Caribbeans. It's very important that they take it and lead it the way. Hakeem Jordan averages just 20 runs. He's batted 17 times in his career. Just 300 runs in the bag as we see the end of this over. 71 gone now as it was a maiden from Neil Brunt. Still trailing by 62. It's 2-5 for 5. So after Hakeem Jordan, things start to go down very drastically for the West Indians. So they really want to ensure that this partnership gets going. Jaden Seals averaging 6. McAllister averaging 2. Lewis averaging 7. So those are your true tail enders, with Hakeem Jordan next averaging 20. These two have to build it. But Mbongwana is still at it, nagging that off stump. He really, really is. The previous over, getting a beautiful edge. Diving Keegan Peterson was not enough to keep it into his hands. He's gotten a little bit wider now, has Keegan Peterson, to compensate for the distance he had to dive. What would it take for Mbongwana to get 2 slips in there, given the fact that he's bowling oh so well? Look at that. Just keeping it so true. Kevin Sinclair needing to really measure up his shots and choose the balls that he's going to score off with an added touch of care. Batting for the 31st time now is Sinclair, yet to reach 1,000 first-class runs on 756. It's now 760 runs with the 4 that he scored today in this innings. The South Africans will be wanting to keep it at 760. The new ball looms as well. 71 overs gone. You are currently watching over number 72. Neil Brunt, operating at the chalet end, will make those overs go by very quickly. And all of a sudden, Hardis Viljoen, Tsepo Moreki, Dwan Olivier will have the new ball in their hands. But for now, it's Mpongwana. Gets the edge again, and that ball squeezes through that second slip area. Keegan Peterson, ultra fast to cover his ground, stops that from reaching the boundary in the third man, and the West Indians run 3. A good edge from Mpongwana. Just talking about that second slip idea, maybe, because he is forcing the batters to go onto their front foot because of his lack of pace, forcing the batters to put power through their shots. That will lead to the ball sometimes having the legs to reach the slip cordon. Good stuff here. Really good stuff from the all-rounder. The chatter has started from the South Africans. They are happy with what they are seeing as well. If you're South African, how can you not be happy? Slight movement inwards. Good on drive from De Silva, but straight to Dane Peets, who's stationed at mid-on. Ending over number 72. 8 remain until we get the availability of the new ball. The West Indies trail by 59 as they are on 228 for the loss of 5. Remember Herschel Gibbs? One of the finest batters of South Africa. 228. That's his best score in Test cricket. I'll never forget that. But it's 228 for 5 here for the West Indians as Neil Brunt still continues his operation. On the table of the operation is Kevin Sinclair. And it's an easy push down to the long off-fielder. Ruan de Swart is stationed at short extra cover. He found himself diving to try stop that. The pressure of fielding also is severely underrated. Surely, through the conclusion of the World Cup, Australia showed the value of the intensity of fielding, both in their semi-finals against South Africa and the final against India. Running and diving and shooting for all of their lives to stop runs. The arm ball from Neil Brunt goes straight on. You judge that as a good leave. Ooh, good turn coming there from Brunt. I still say it will be very interesting to see Neil Brunt operate with Dane Peet on opposite ends. One spinning in, one spinning away to both right-handers. But right now, Neil Brunt happy with his current situation. But that is also because Mihlali Mpongwana is really paying off his captain by bowling some extremely beautiful overs. He's bowled 4 overs in his spell so far. He's bowled 1 maiden, has taken 1 wicket, and has only given away 4 runs in... Oh, has only given away 8 runs in those 4 overs, rather. So he's going at 2 runs to the over in this particular spell. Has a wicket, has a maiden over. Is drawing a lot of oohs, a lot of ahs. It could have been 2 wickets if Sinclair wasn't dropped. given the fact that it was an extremely difficult chance for Keegan Petersen at slip, but a chance nonetheless. Neil Brunt gives Mihlali Mpongwana the second slip. Deserved from the all-rounder, has been bowling exceptionally well and eases the strain on Keegan Petersen at the slip cordon. David Bedingham stands at gully, so no more short extra cover. Yes to the first slip. And that's why he has second slip, because he is bowling exceptionally well, Mpongwana, and he still bowls exceptionally well. Mpongwana, of course, with the bat, scoring that 103 in the finals, which saw the Western Province win the 50-over competition. He also took 3 wickets in that very same final. Ooh, nearly taking his second in this match. Bowling also well. I've already recorded that edge that went to the slip cordon as his second wicket. Alas, it wasn't. But it's not just the fact that he does it and he can do it, Mihlali Mpongwana. It's the fact that he does it at big stages when his team needs him the most. Responsible for that big wicket of Kevin Hodge, who was on 73 runs. Talk about BMT. After going for 5 runs and over in his first session, he's covered very well. Big outside edge, and that short extra cover that has been moved allows Sinclair to go for a big booming drive, and it goes for 4. They look distraught to the South Africans, but the question is, will Sinclair would have played that shot if short extra cover was there? He hadn't been playing that shot at all, and now he decides to do so. And it's a good move here from Neil Brunt. I love how proactive he is and trying to get that wicket. Now both 2 slips are in and that short extra cover. They move fine leg away from fine leg. He's standing now at square leg. No, he's standing at mid wicket rather. So no more fine leg. 2 slips, gully, short extra cover and mid wicket. Ooh, good ball that from Mpongwana. You gotta love what you see here. You got to really love what you see. Big booming drive this time, being able to play it because the ball was a bit too full from Mpongwana. You can see him just flaying his arms, just apologizing to his fielders because he knows that is not the length you want to be, so he'll want to pull that just a touch shorter. His areas of operation in this over has been simply outstanding. Just 2 runs given in the over as the ball trickled down to, or 4 runs from the over rather, being struck for 4. This time, drifting down to the legs, Mpongwana is not happy with that ball. It's actually really not a good ball from him because it allows Sinclair to play that ball into that vacant third man area, which has been made vacant because of his bowling. He ends over number 74 though, 235 for the loss of 5. West Indies now trailing by 52. In that over, he was bowling outside that off stump so well, threatening that edge. So much so that Neil Brunt, the captain, decided to move fine leg into mid-wicket, move mid-wicket, into short extra cover and have that short extra cover move to the first slip. So that is not the ball Mihlali Mpongwana wanted to bowl, which is short onto the legs, onto the shoulder, and then straight to where that fine leg was moved. We'll wait to see if he's going to come back and continue his spell after bowling 5, giving away just 14 runs plus a wicket. Neil Brunt, though, bowls to Joshua De Silva, is really having a tumultuous time. But he finds his scoring angles, overpitched from Neil Brunt. It's a big chase from Keegan Peterson, too big of a chase for Keegan Peterson. The ball goes to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that is 4 runs for Joshua De Silva. The ball not bouncing there from Neil Brunt, asking for it to be dispatched. De Silva hasn't looked completely comfortable, absorbing a lot of deliveries. So you want to still keep him under pressure, but it gives him one to just relieve some of it. And that's where he wants to be. That's precisely where Neil Brunt wants to bowl. And that's why he bowls it there again. But is able to deal with it this time as Joshua De Silva. A little bit too full from Brunt. It's an easy single to long off. Tsepo Moreki is there. Again searching for that really full length is Neil Brunt. So it caused him to bowl that full toss, which was tossed for 4. But when he gets his areas working, does cause some problems. Into the last ball of his 7th. Wide, inviting that cut shot. That's because Tony Dezorzi is at deep point to keep that to 1 as we end over number 75. 241 for the loss of 5 here for the West Indies. They now trail by less than 50 runs. They trail by 46. Da Silva on 19 from 51. Sinclair on 15 from 23. Mihlali Mpongwana. They've removed his slip and he bowls it wide, too wide, and it's been cut away brilliantly by Sinclair. Gets it through backward point and gully, and that is 4 runs. Not the plan here from Mpongwana. Don't want to break your action now. Just giving it too much width. Easy gift for Kevin Sinclair. Want to bring it straighter, just like he's been doing this whole time. Goes a bit too straight this time, Mpongwana. Too straight, the ball pitches and seams into the right-hander. So it's easy pickings to that mid-wicket region. Only Tony Dezorzi patrolling that area, and he keeps that to 2. Like we're saying, the leg side area from the Ekurhuleni end is pretty big. So a lot of 2s and 3s for the batters that side of the pitch. That's where Mhlali Mpongwana has been operating for such a long time. And pardon my silence. Whenever I do go quiet, I'm reading your comments just to see how it's going in the world of cricket. This is a discussion between myself and all of you who are watching this game here on our YouTube channel in Cricket South Africa. So I'm getting to get ideas from you as well as you keep on talking. Kelly Robbins saying, hey, don't waste your attacking field, Mhlali. It seems like he's wasted it. It's attacking no longer. They've removed that second slip that he had. It's because of those last two wayward deliveries in his previous over. Especially the short delivery that went behind the hips of Sinclair, which was able to be hit to that vacant fine leg area where Neil Brunt sacrificed a fielder in order to give Mhlali Mpongwana an extra attacking option. So now back to a semi-defensive, semi-attacking field. One slip in Keegan Peterson, and Mpongwana hasn't been hitting the money as he normally did in his spell in this current over. He comes in for his last. And he finally gets his mark in the last ball of his over. This could be the end of his spell. We are into over number 76 now. 4 overs until the new ball is available. He's been bowling well, Mpongwana. 1 for 35 in his 9 after going for 15 runs in his first 3 overs. He has recovered so well. 20 runs in his last 6 with a wicket in that. The West Indies trail by 40. They're on 247 for 5. This partnership now between Da Silva and Sinclair with 34. Where did those 34 runs come from so quickly? 63 balls it has taken, so they've been out there for a total of 10 overs since the wickets of Kevin Hodge. Neil Brunt still continues. Neil Brunt continues. South Africa in this day today have rather been bowling much better than what they did yesterday in their first 9 overs. They've been keeping that run rate in check at around 3.2 runs to the over. The West Indies, they have been scoring 82 runs per session. They scored 83 in the first session. They lost 2 wickets. They scored 82 in the second session. They lost 2 wickets. They've only lost 1 wicket in this session so far. In that wicket that they've lost, they've only taken 36 runs. Oh, that is brilliant! Neil Brunt bowls it wide. Joshua Da Silva goes out his crease, and Clyde Fontaine, who has been magnificent behind the stumps him before he makes it back home. Neil Brunt with the work, and the captain takes out the captain as Joshua Da Silva is dismissed for 20 runs. It took him 54 balls, just scoring a single boundary in his stay. Ooh, now Akeem Jordan will be coming in for the West Indies as the last player who is recognizable with the bat. South Africa gets their second wicket in this session, continuing with their reign of consistency. Now the West Indies trail by 38 runs with 4 more wickets in hand. The game really now hanging on a balance. New batter Akeem Jordan.
Jordan, yeah.
Akeem Jordan definitely is coming in now, averaging 20 runs with a solitary 50 in his campaign of first-class cricket. 54 runs he scored back last season in college.
Taking drinks.
Scored that 54 when he was playing against the West Indies Academy. Coming into bat for the 19th time. So he comes in with Neil Brunt on the money and with the new ball ever so looming. That's the issue. That new ball that's coming for South Africa, with West Indies now having a new batter in, Sinclair. You wouldn't say he's been looking top-notch for his 22 runs, but he's been effective. That's the key thing for the West Indies. So now Neil Brunt is on the hunt. 1 wicket for 19 runs in his 7.4 overs. Again showcasing his extreme economy. We talked about it in the match where the Titans won. He bowled 16 overs for 17 runs, taking a wicket in a campaign where the Titans won by 6 wickets. So Neil Brunt, a bowling batter by all means. He bowls to Akeem Jordan, who will be facing strike for the first ball. Took 3 wickets with the ball yesterday, did Akeem Jordan. And he faces off to Neil Brunt now. "76 overs gone." Exciting stuff here for the South African A team. Neil Brunt, the captain, dismissing the captain of West Indies A, Joshua De Silva, in that particular over, losing his wicket for 20 runs. Through a brilliant stumping by Clyde Fortain, who is having a stupendous match behind the stumps. He's giving nothing away, is Clyde Fortain. Everything down the legs, he's grabbing it, diving for it. He already has a catch. Now he has a stumping, a great stumping of the West Indies captain. And now here are the spin twins who are going to be in operation. Dane Pete coming in for his 19th over. He's bowled 18 so far, just for 45 runs. He's yet to get a wicket. He looked dangerous against Shanda Paul and Hodge in their over 100-run partnership. He really looked dangerous. Now with an older ball and a more worn-out pitch, what can he do? Neil Brunt has struck a wicket. Can he get the same? David Bedingham is under the pitch, is under the helmet, right next to the hips of Sinclair. Sinclair has also taken off his helmet. He's getting serious about this. So is Dane Pete. Beating that outside edge. Ball keeping straight with the arm that time. You can see Sinclair giving a little bit of a laugh. 2 spin bowlers in operation. So he knows what he's dealing with here, is Sinclair. Pops it into the air. Chance for Keegan Peterson, but it bumps right in front of him. Sorry to give you a scare and to make you excited. But those are the plans from Dane Pete. A phantom wicket. Ball's just bouncing in front of Keegan Peterson, who's standing 4 pitches away from the pitch that we are playing at. Still, if he was standing on that 3rd pitch, he would have gotten that catch. It's a good looking shot from Sinclair, but there is a man stationed that long on. But with that single, the West Indies make it to 250 runs now, trailing by 37. Took them 476 deliveries to bring up that 250 runs. .5 overs. 77.5 overs. Make it 78 with the arm ball by Dane Pete. Very well bowled over. Now South Africa looking to wrap things up and make that new ball available in a blink of an eye. 2 overs remain until that is a possibility. Sinclair on 23. Jordan yet to be off the mark. It's 250 for the loss of 6 for the West Indians. Neil Brunt fresh from his wicket. Now bowls to Sinclair, who has opted for a Panama hat instead of just batting barefaced. Always looks cool when a West Indian bats with their Panama hat or with their cap. All that's missing are chains. The gold chain. But Jordan is on strike now. They took an easy single. Ball going all the way to long on. He comes back closer now to mid on. This is to bowl to the new man in Akeem Jordan. Trying to put the pressure towards him are the South Africans. And pressure him they do. Slight misfield from Hardus Viljoen. Neil Brunt is not happy with that as they relieve some of the pressure and get Sinclair back onto the strike. They really wanted to keep Jordan facing the ball. But Sinclair looking like a cool dude on strike. Looking to bat like a cool dude. He muscles that ball. Really muscling it hard. Past mid-on, past his right, and it bounces several times on its way to the boundary. Really effective shots from Sinclair, swinging for the heavens, mistiming it forever, but it still gives you 4 runs. Fortune does indeed favor the brave, and bravery is what Sinclair exhibited. Gets 4 runs. And working in 5s and 7s. Gets the boundary, gets the single, job done. He's consolidated his boundary now, Sinclair. 5 runs into the over, more than enough damage with the new ball around the corner. Neil Brunt has 1 more ball, that's to Jordan. An opportunity he fails to use, and an opportunity he couldn't use after Jordan was able to get the single in that over. 6 taken from it. It's 257 for the loss of 6. They trail by 30 now, and we are into the final over until we have the new ball being available for use. And just remember, just because the ball is available to be taken for the 80th over doesn't mean that it has to be taken in the 80th over. It can literally be taken on any ball after 80 overs is taken. You can take it on the 3rd ball of the whatever over you want, on the 5th ball of whatever over you want. Dane Pete looking for that wicket that he wants, though. He hasn't gotten one just as yet. despite his marathon's spell of 19 overs, alongside with 5 maiden overs in those 19. Still no wicket. Hits it hard. Bedingham takes cover. But that was really dropped short from Dane Pete, a ball that he's not happy about. Might want to tease Akeem Jordan with a nice flighted delivery. But with the new man in, the field tightens up. There's absolutely nobody patrolling the boundary. Everyone is in. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket. Slip. Akeem Jordan going onto his back foot. And Dane Pete has 3 balls to work his magic on the new batter. Gets it into the block hole, but Viljoen is just a little bit too deep there at mid-on. They're able to squeeze a single. Would have really liked to see mid-on and mid-off a little bit tight onto the square when the new batter is in, so that they can prevent those singles. Sinclair got one as well with those easy singles, with the mid-on lurking a little bit deeper. And it's a small little push down to the open covers region. Just 1 run, as it's the last ball for Dane Pete in his 20th over. Really bowling well, going for less than 3 runs to the over. Just a touch under 2.5. And he ends his over well. Dane Pete completes 20. He's only given away 49 runs and 5 maiden overs. It's the end of over number 80. Third umpire, Mazizi Gampo, runs in to meet up with umpire Arno Jacobs to exchange the new ball. It is not to say that the old ball will now be taken away. South Africa must elect to use the new ball. Pick of the bowlers for South Africa here today. He's been called back into the attack. Tshepo Mureki. Seems like they're still using the old ball. So Neil Brunt looking for Tshepo Mureki to just get his rhythm going again. He hasn't been bowling for a while now. Had an electric first spell, a good second spell as well, Tshepo Mureki. Now he's in. He's bowled 12 overs so far, 2 for 33, alongside 3 maiden overs. If you don't take that, I don't know what you would. Going at less than 3 runs to the over, and striking so beautifully. Neil Brunt wants him to have a feel, get his rhythm going before he gets the new cherry into his hands. So Tshepo Mureki continues to use the old ball. He bowls to Sinclair. Deep fine leg, deep square leg. 2 slips, 1 gully. Pops it into the air, right in between short extra cover and mid-on, or mid-off rather. And he gets that gap between mid-off and cover. And it's 4 runs to start off. He did get the ball to pop and pin to the air just for a little while, did Sinclair. But into a vacant space. It's 4 runs to start off for Tshepo Mureki. If that was the newer ball, it would have gone even further and way quicker. Just looking to see also if there's any sort of reverse movement for Tshepo Mureki before they get into the new ball. Oh, gets the inside edge, just missing off stump. Cross bat shots have been very dangerous here today. But it gets the inside edge. Clyde Fortain can't stop that one. It runs for 4. 268 as the deficit is 19 runs. And the South Africans have had enough of the old dusty red ball. They call on the new cherry. She is bright, she is shimmering, she is smooth, and she is about to bring more life into this game. And Tsepo Moreki has her in his hands. New ball taken. 2 balls into over number 81. Tsepo Moreki to Sinclair. And it is hit sharply back to Moreki, just bowling it a little bit too full, and you could hear the crunch from that bat. New ball beauties. Tsepo Moreki with the new ball in his hands. Bangs it nice and short. Just missing his lines though. Would want to direct that onto middle stump and make use of your fine leg and deep square leg. If he's going to go for that short option route, wouldn't mind putting a mid-wicket, but clearly the strategy here is to get the full use of the new ball by using your 2 slips and your gullies. So the area of operation for Tsepo Moreki the whole day has been that 4th stump, just full of a length. There. That's where he's been operating the whole day, Tsepo Moreki. That's where he's been getting his purchase as well. And with the new ball, that purchase is going to come with an added discount. With the pitch and the ball doing more for him than what he has to do. The wind also in the area, helping him. He has 1 more ball remaining. Oh, gets it, coming back, and that is the one Tsepo Moreki wants. That is magical bowling. Gets the inside and is gone. LBW. And umpire Gaza gives it out. 7 gone, and the new ball does its magic. Kevin Sinclair gone for 39 from 47, and he was looking imperious. Doesn't look happy with that decision though. Took time for umpire Gaza to make that decision. But his is final, and his is to say, that is gone. The movement from Tsepo Moreki, sharpening back in to the right-hander. No chance for him. And that's the area of operation for Moreki. That's what he's been doing the whole day. That previous ball just prior, moving away from Sinclair. The next one, zipping back in. Beautiful setup from the fast bowler. Gets a deserved reward. He's been excellent the entire day, Tsepo Moreki. And now he might have really have a chance for his first class fifer. New batters coming in, recognized as bowlers. Jaden Seals. He starts off averaging 66 runs. His average is not 66, it's 6. 6.1 to be exact. He's coming to bat for the 24th time. He only has 85 runs in his first class career. So now the weight of the batting shifts not to him, but it is now firmly on Akeem Jordan. But now the problem is Hardisfalyoun has the ball. And the bigger problem is that that ball is banging, spanking, brand new. Jordan has faced 8 balls. Seals has faced 0. And here is Hardus Viljoen, who's bowled 18 overs. Starts off with a short one, and why don't they have anyone under the helmet? They've been doing that the whole day, the South Africans. They've had someone under the helmet when Hardus Viljoen is batting. David Bedingham has been occupying that short square leg area. With the new ball in, Bedingham is nowhere to be seen, but can be found at gully. Viljoen has 2 slips, a gully, and is shaping the ball away. But we'll want to bring it a little bit closer to the right-hander, just starting it off a little bit wider. He was excellent in the morning, Hardus Viljoen. He was hitting his lines and his lengths well. But when he came back for his second spell in the second session, he had even more juice. He was getting the ball to reverse just a little bit. Was getting the ball to do something off the deck as well with his sharp seam movement. And because of that, he was able to strike the wicket of Shandapur. LBW. And then with some exquisite bowling, got the shoulder of the bat that belongs to Tevin Imlach for his second wicket. But he's bowling too wide for his third here. He's allowing Akeem Jordan to get his eye in with those balls oh so wide from the stumps. The key here with your ball, when your batter's new, try to get him playing. But Viljoen might be working on a plan here. He does have 112 wickets in this ground at the first class level. And he keeps it wide. And that's how we end over number 82. It's 268 for 7, but the over still has one more ball. Viljoen will want to get Jordan playing on at least one of these balls. The lengths are good. Just the lines. Jaffa. That's how he ends the over. Back of a length. Beauty. Moving away from Jordan. Play and a miss. It's 268 for 7 now. West Indies just trailing by 19 runs. Viljoen making his way back with maiden over. Jaden Seals rather, yet to take strike. So Mureke returns. He has been getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. Or move away from the left-hander and come into the right-hander. That's how he got the wicket of Kirk McKenzie. It's a beautiful Jaffa that moved away from him. So now he has the liberty of bowling to Jaden Seals, who hasn't faced a single delivery. Another left-hander. That's how he starts, Mureke. His tail is very much up, having gotten the wicket of Sinclair in the previous over. Trapped LBW. So he's taken the wicket of 2 right-handers, the wicket of 1 left-hander, and he has been bowling well to either side of the wicket. He's been very comfortable in his work, Tsepo Mureke, here today. Seems to be enjoying his work too. Oh, really seems to be enjoying his work. I'm enjoying his work. And I'm sure at home you are enjoying his work too. Even if you're West Indian, you're enjoying this work as a country of bowlers and a rich history of superb fast bowling. This is what it's about. And Jaden Seals now gets a taste of his own medicine. He bowled brilliantly. Now he's facing brilliant bowling. Moreki hitting the thigh guard on that one, just a little bit too high. But is giving Jaden Seals a little bit of a problem here. Halfway through over number 83 with that new ball still shining bright in the Benoni sky. The only damage it has caused is the wicket of Kevin Sinclair. Other than that, very hard to get away. Ooh, it's a good leave, that. Brilliant bowling from Moreki. The line is exceptional. Ball just skimming over the off stump. Very nice stuff here. Moreki operating with 3 slips and a gully. No one at cover, no one at third man. Someone at fine leg though, Mihlali Mpongwana. Just collecting that for an easy single. Left-right combination. Akeem Jordan, 14 balls in. He takes strike against Tepo Moreki. He's taken 2 wickets of right-handers. Has given problems to many right-handers he's bowled to today. He's given problems to left-handers as well. Has 3 for 42 in his 13.5 overs. Ball comes into the right-hander. Mid-wicket is there. 3 slips, 1 gully. Oh, sharp delivery from Moreki. Very sharp delivery. Looking to make use of that fine leg fielder. Trying to get an edge through as Jordan was looking to take him on. The over ends. It's 270 here for the West Indies, eh? They have 3 more wickets in hand and still trail by 17 runs. South Africa will be happy with their bowling efforts throughout the course of the day, in actuality. The runs that have been scored by the West Indies have been nothing short of their pure application of batsmanship. They really have been batting well. It's been exciting to watch, forcing the South Africans to bring the best of their bowling and bring the best of their fielding as well. Such is the quality of the match that we've only seen 1 dropped catch in the innings so far, and that was a 75-25 chance for Keegan Peterson. So difficult at the slip cordon, ball dying on his right side. So all in all, top quality cricket throughout the day. And top quality bowling as well, top quality shot. Rowan de Swart is standing at point to stop that. Hartis Viljoen getting the ball to just swing in the air, moving away from the right-hander. We saw with the last ball of his previous over, back of a length, sharply away from the batter. So he'll be wanting to do the same here against Akeem Jordan. 3 from 16. Bowls it nice and short. Swivels around does Akeem Jordan. Had no idea where the ball was, nor did the fielders. The ball runs to the square leg boundary for 4. Fine leg, Tepo Moreki could not run around to stop that. Rushed for pace was Jordan. Getting the top edge over Tony Dezorzi, who is at square leg. The ball goes for 4. They now trail by 13 runs. Hakeem Jordan on 7 from 17. 2 slips, 1 gully. Man under the helmet. Beautiful swing of the bat. Gorgeous shot from Hakeem Jordan. Taking on Hard Just for Loon and taking him on fully. Big 6 runs. The first one of the day. And a biggie. He drops it short, does Hardest. And Hakeem Jordan says, "Oh, you are Hardest. How hard is this?" Very hard, it seems. So much so that we might have lost the ball. But here she is coming back. Massive shot from Hakeem Jordan, opening up his front leg. Full swing of the blade. Full connection and full runs. They now trail by 7. Goes for a bouncer again, this time Hardest for Loon, with much better control. He does have a square leg. He does have a deep, fine leg. So the square leg is deep, the fine leg is deep. No one else on the leg side except a mid-on. So there's no one for the mistimed pull shot. And Hardest for Loon has 2 more balls to go. Stripping it down the legs. Was there a faint edge? No edge. Umpire Jakub signals a bye. It's the first time Clyde Fortain hasn't been able to bring it back. But also, Hardest for Loon giving his wicketkeeper a tough one to take. Hardest for Loon coming around the wickets for the last ball. Gets it a bit too straight. That's what we were saying about Clyde Fortain. Phenomenal take down the legs. As we see the end of over number 84. 7 are gone for the West Indies. It's 281 as they trail by just 6 more runs. Massive hit from Hakeem Jordan. Opening himself up and pulling a big 6 off the bowling of Hardest for Loon in that previous over. It was huge. That's how the deficits went down into double digits, or it's single digits. Now South Africa really needing to get themselves in here before this tail end partnership starts wagging. It's currently worth 13 runs. Tsepo Moreki, he has the ball, only a fine leg in place, 3 slips, 1 gully. He also has a mid wicket in place. No one at third man, no one else at the boundaries, just a fine leg. So 3 slips, 1 gully, 1 mid wicket. Gets the ball to move away from the right-hander. Big heave from Hakeem Jordan, because there's that tantalizing space that South Africa has given him. Because he has those 3 slips, 1 cover fielder was taken away. So there's a backward point in Ruan de Swart, and then mid-off in Tony de Zorzi. There's land in between mid-off and backward point. No extra cover, no point. Just boundary. But there's a price to get that boundary. Are you going to risk it? That's the question that is being asked here by Tsepo Moreki. Are you going to be confident enough in your technique, confident enough in your judgment, that when you do drive the ball, that you are going to get it into that space, and you are not going to edge it to my 3 slips and to my gully or to my backward point? Akeem Jordan needs to bring runs in for his team, so he needs to be selective on how he scores. And that is a good option to score. That is a great option to score. More runs coming the way of the West Indians. Just couldn't patch up his fielding there, Tsepo Moreki. Absolutely livid with himself, because he was working on something there against Jordan. He was really brewing something up. But Jordan gets away. Nothing to be too fussy about. You still have Jaden Seals, who is on strike. 1 from 6 balls. Known very much for his outstanding bowling is Jaden Seals. Now his batting will be called into the question. Two slips in place, and then 1 leg slip in the form of Zubair Hamza. So the ball to move into the left-hander, wrapping the pads, 2 leg slip. Looking for it instantly is Tsepo Moreki. He also has Tony Dezorzi at mid-wicket. And then there's Mihlali Mpongwana, who is at fine leg. So there is good enough protection for that straight delivery that might catch Seal off guard. So leg slip, mid-wicket, fine leg for protection. But if he doesn't go for that straight one, outside the off stump, he has 2 slips, 1 gully. And it's an easy single. 20 over. Oh, it's not over-ended rather. Tsepo Moreki still has 1 more ball. Last ball for Tsepo Moreki. Looking for the block hole, but it's not there to be found. Rather land in the leg side. Dane Pete has to come from deep square leg around to the mid-wicket area to grab that ball. 2 runs. Ends over number 85. West Indies A. 285 for the loss of 7. They now just trail by 2 more runs, with Akeem Jordan on 16 from 24. Jaden Seals 2 from 8. West Indies will be happy now, getting closer and closer, and will eventually make up that deficit of 2 runs. But it's unfortunate from the standpoint of where we are and with the powers that the West Indies have after these 2. You won't have much confidence that the lead will grow exorbitantly. Jaden Seals, Shaman Lewis, he's coming in next. He averages very low. Then Jay McAllister. your last three batters for the West Indies. Hardus Viljoen, if he continues operating in that area, we might see those three batters in the crease sooner rather than later. Big movement after the ball pitches. Again, Hardus Viljoen is finding his new areas, looking to draw Jaden Seals, just hanging that bat outside that off stump, having his attacking options in place. There's also still that very short, fine leg. Wouldn't say that is a slip, but maybe you could say it's a leg slip, where Ruan de Swart is standing. Looping delivery. Chiara that swung in the air. Huge gust of air to support the movement of that ball from Hardus Viljoen. Slight little giggle and chat between the fast bowlers. Saw that one whooping in. Good shot. It's up in the air. Ruan de Swart might be interested. Dives in front of him. But the ball bounces once into the boundary. It goes to the deep mid-wicket area. Ruan de Swart had to run from deep square leg. A ball flicked up into the air from Akeem Jordan. He's looking to get onto the attack now. And with that boundary, the West Indies take the lead. They lead by 3 runs, and they are ahead now at 290 for 7. Batting on his leg stump is Akeem Jordan, opening up the stumps for Hardus Viljoen to get a full view of the timber, enticing him to bowl onto the stumps so that he can whoop them for 4s and 6s. Played a cracking pull shot, and over a go against Hardus Viljoen. Now he was looking for another big one, just flicking it off his pads. Edged it, and it is in the open third slip region. A third slip that Hardus Viljoen did have. A third slip that he no longer does. And because of that, the only third is a third man boundary. It runs down to there, ending the over. 294 for 7 after 86. The West Indies lead by 7. Good news for them. Great news for them. Now South Africa will be hurting with every single run that is being scored. Every single one. There are 13 overs left in the scheduled games play. So can they get those wickets within those 13 overs? Still having Dwan Olifia to use. Still having Mihlali Mbongwana to use. But Dwan Olifia seems not to be on the field right now.
He hasn't been since.
His place has been taken by Ruan de Swart this whole time.
He didn't come back after tea.
Getting intel that he hasn't returned since tea as Dwan Olifia. So gonna find out what's happening with him. Ruan de Swart taking his place, another very worthy bowler, but unfortunately as a substitute can't get use of the cherry. Therefore Tsepo Moreki has the ball in hand with 2 slips, a gully, backward point. Only fine leg patrols the boundary. And Jaden Seals deals with it. First and foremost, he has to be careful though because of the one that moves away that Tsepo Moreki has. Want to see how he sets up this over. He has 5 balls to bowl to the West Indian number 9 batter. Take outside edge from the bat of Seal. Moreki now getting his operation working properly. Like we said, the West Indies have never won against South Africa A, but they haven't played in a very long time. The last time South Africa A played West Indies A was back in the 2000 and 2001 season. A very long time ago. Some of us watching the stream were not even born. 23 years ago was the last time that West Indies A played South Africa A. The 1997-98 series was played here in South Africa. The 2000-2001 series played in the West Indies. So they are yet to taste a victory against South Africa A. And Willowmoore Park, not known for its big scores either. This is only the 4th A-team test match being played in this ground. Not a lot being played. Only 2 wins and 1 draw. Robin, no. Jaden Seal just shadow batting, saying, yeah man, I want to pull that away, but there's a mid-wicket, or there's a square leg right there in the form of Tony Dazorzi standing right next to umpire Arno Jacobs. There he takes it on. One of the best fielders is there. He drops back deeper, straight onto the boundary, but it is the last ball. Is this the bluff, or is a short one really coming from Tsepo Moreki? Wide and full. Seals thinks he has a shot, but Seals did not have one. Swing and a miss as we end over number 87. Tsepo Moreki completes his 16th. He's on 3 for 47, with South Africa trailing by 7 runs, with the West Indies on 294 for 7. The new ball with the fast bowlers has come to an end. It did the job. It got itself 2 wickets rather. Now change of pace in Dane Pete. It only took 6.4 overs for us to see it in the hands of the spinner. He was very effective earlier on. It's just that he hasn't taken that wicket as Dane Pete. But he looked very good from the Ekurhuleni end where he is now. Starting with a nice spinner. We saw a nice adjustment in his lines as well. He started off on that middle stump, in his first spell, and then found the magic outside the off stump. Just like that. That's how he found that magic. The odd one would bounce very up, and the odd one would straighten with the arm. So full of tricks is Dane Pete. He's going to be challenging that inside edge of the right-hander. Jaden Seals is a left-hander, so he'll be challenging his outside edge. Dancing down the track to no avail. Ooh, there was that call for betting him under the helmet. Thing is, he's been on the rampage now, is Akeem Jordan. So as protection for Dane Pete to spin ball turning into him, they have a long on fielder. They have a cow corner. That's why they have those fielders there for that big shot from Jordan. Missing it completely though as we bring the end of over number 88. There's 11 left for the day's play. West Indies a lead by 7. It's 294 for the loss of 7. Tsepo Moreki continues, and Tsepo Moreki has been punished by Jaden Seals. Full and straight from him, and received fully from Seals as he strikes it back. 4 runs. Dane Pete at mid-off didn't even bother to move. Pure quality, but it's easy pickings from Moreki. A straight half volley. Ask any batter which ball they want, it's most likely going to be that one. Even a half volley outside the off stump has a chance of being edged. A straight one with no movement, most likely to be punished. Choose your side of the V. Good comeback though. Getting his lengths working. Getting the ball to move away from him. Tsepo Moreki with his best bowling figures of 4 for 32, which he got 4 seasons ago against the Dolphins. Fitting that he got it against the team that didn't allow him his opportunity to start off his professional franchise career. He's currently on 3 for 51 in his 16.3 overs. He's had a full chance to showcase his skill here at Tsepo Moreki. Against the Northwest, who was going at 3.75 runs to the over. That was his match economy, where he got 3 wickets for the match. 2 for 56. 1 for 57. But right now he is bowling like a champion. What a ball that is. What a ball that is. Getting it back of a length. Shaping away from the left-hander. You could hear the South Africans just all giving murmurs. He has 2 more balls remaining. And in last season's campaign, last 4-day campaign in South Africa here for Tsepo Moreki, only played 7 matches, played all 7 matches, just took 16 wickets last season. So his striking has not been at the highest of orders. Averaged 33 for his wickets, going at 3.7 runs to the over. So that is a standard career average at around 3.6 to the over. So today he's going just at around 3 runs to the over. But he is striking 17 runs for each wicket. Really bowling well, Moreki. New ball, old ball, early in the morning, late in the evening. He keeps the job going. The West Indies sniffing 300 runs now in their first innings. They lead by 11. It's 298 for 7. This partnership now between Seals and Jordan being 30 runs. It's time for the players to have a drink. And so for us here at the commentary gantry, We come back at Benoni after having drinks. I'm having my coffee here. It's an ice cold coffee. It's lacking ice though. And it's a big booming sweep shot from Akeem Jordan. And it's going to run all the way down to the fine leg boundary. Tony Dazorzi is standing at short fine leg, so there's no one patrolling that boundary. It goes down for 4, and that's how the West Indies bring up their 300 runs. It took them 89 overs to come about. 302 for the loss of 7, and they lead by 15. Dane Pete just straying down the legs of Akeem Jordan, who's now moved swiftly to 28 from 35. He's been hitting big shots. Because of that, there's protection at deep square, and there's protection at long on. Oh, looking to challenge long on, but he completely mistimes the ball. It runs down to the deep square leg fielder. They exchange 2. Tevin Imlach was the man using his feet against Dane Pete. It's safe to say he was successful against him using his feet. Oh, looking to do the same here was Akeem Jordan, but he survives the inside edge, nearly taking off his bails. But they are still rooted on their grooves. Just opening himself up there was Akeem Jordan, wanting to access that third man space. It's there to be taken. There's only a slip fielder patrolling that. There's no third man but a deep backward point. Big booming shots. That might call mid-wicket to just look at the ball. Go past him on his left. Bounce once and cross the boundary. Big booming shots from Akeem Jordan. And like we said, he is the one who has to take his initiative here. He has to give it back to the South Africans and must boost this lead for the West Indians to as much as possible. It's now gone up to 21 runs. Jordan himself on 34 from just 38 deliveries. The ball getting scruffed up here by Akeem Jordan. And overpitched by Pete. That's what a big boundary does. Just disrupts your flow. And his flow was disrupted there, Dane Pete. Ending over number 90. We have only 9 overs remaining in the day's play. It's 309 for the loss of 7. West Indies trailing by 22. This partnership now growing to 41 runs. The undying Tsepo Moreki still with the ball. He still fires on. Jordan Seals, or rather Akeem Jordan on 35 from 34. Jaden Seals has been supporting Jordan very well. 7 from 23. The longer Seals is in there, the better it is for the West Indians. The longer Jordan is in there, very detrimental for the South Africans. He started scoring freely now, but Tsepo Moreki is still attacking. 2 slips, 1 gully. Deep square leg, deep point, deep fine leg. Pops it up to the legs. It's been worked away. Dwan Olivia's back into the pitch, but he has run to no avail. 4 runs into the mid-wicket area, and it is Akeem Jordan really now starting to really take it on. 39 from 40 balls. Yet another boundary for the West Indian all-rounder. Scores 313 for 7. Lead grows to 26. Tsepo Moreki looking to go very straight for that one. Over pitches it though. It's able to be worked for 4 by Hakeem Jordan. No one at deep mid-wicket, so he was able to exploit deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. Get that gap. Now looking for the offside with the huge heave. Only one slip fielder now. The protection has been put to Zubair Hamza at cover. And your deep fine leg and deep square leg for the short stuff. Sharp delivery from Moreki going into that back of a length area. He is operating in the end that was so successful for him early on in the morning. It is an end where he has gotten all 3 of his wickets. He has operated from the Ekurhuleni end, but the Chalet end is where he's just been filleting them. Chalet fillet. Still very good bowling here from Tsepo Moreki, but the damage has already been done by Hakeem Jordan, scoring 4 runs in the over. Seems to be wanting to take on Dane Pete, the spin bowler, the other side of the pitch. The ball is still relatively new. It's now in its 10th over of usage, so there's still much work that can be done with it, on it, for it, and it can reward you. Oh, just moving off the surface. Swinging back into the right-hander, but down to the legs. Another good take from Clyde Fortain. So he's really looking to take it on. Trying to read some of your comments here on YouTube, but they are in a language I simply do not understand. So we're hoping that you're all enjoying the cricket and loving the cricket. That's what people are saying. Oh, chopping it back, nearly taking the stumps off. Again, Tsepo Moreki gets that happening to him. You can see how he's just like, what must happen now? Inside edge, nearly taking leg stump off. It ends over number 91. And the survival of Hakeem Jordan. It's 39 on 45 balls for the batter, as the West Indies A on 313 for the loss of 7, with 8 overs remaining in the day's play. From the action of the first 2 sessions, we seem to have gotten to a relaxed state in this 3rd session. Looking for us to just come to an end. Big! That has to be gone! That will be gone! That is Dane Pete, who is finally in the wickets column, beating the inside edge. And that is leg before wicket to the demise of Jaden Seals. Coming around the wicket in the Ekurhuleni end, where he was causing Tajareen Shandopol problems. He caused another left-hander's problem, so much so that it causes the demise of his wickets. Jaden Seals gone for 7. He took 24 balls for his efforts, and Dane Pete strikes his first. It's 8 down now for the West Indies. 2 left. It's 313. That had to be out. There was no other choice. Brilliant bowling from Dane Pete. Getting the ball to pitch outside the off stump. Slight turn back in. That has to be clatting the middle stump. So it brings on batter number 10 for the West Indies. Shimon Lewis averages 7.5 runs. Coming to bat for the 67th time. He scored only 334 runs in his first class career, so not much for his runs is he known for, is Sherman Lewis. But all he has to do, he has one simple job, and that is to get the man who is on the other end on strike. Find one somewhere and get Akeem Jordan to strike runs for the West Indians. And he's been doing so fantastically. 39 from 45. But Dane Pete, he bowls to the new man. Ooh, good one. Forcing the front foot to get working for Shimon Lewis. Spin bowler Dane Pete on his work. He's put on a real shift for his 22 overs. And gets the one that turns the other direction. Good stuff here from Dane Pete. And he's been getting some good turn from the Aguruleni end. David Bedingham still in the picture under the helmet. Ooh, and beats the edge. Good stuff here. As he has one more ball in an over which has been successful for him, Dane Pete. Haha, another one that turns the opposite direction to end over number 92. Happiness with Dane Pete trapping Jaden Seals for 7 runs in that over. It's 313 for the loss of 8. Maiden wicket for the spinner. His 7th maiden in what has been a super day for him. He's been working so hard. He's going for less than 3 runs to the over after bowling for 23 of them. Have to commend good bowling when you see it. Just like the man who has the ball on the other end, Tsepo Mureke. He's about to start his 19th over. He doesn't want that ball taken off his hands today. His rhythm has been sweet. His wickets, nothing short of magnificent. All 3 of them. Short wide one for his very first ball of the day. Very first ball of the innings. Slashed hard by McCaskey. Caught by Zubair Hamza at backward point. 5 balls later. A peach to remove Kirk McKenzie. And he came in here. Comes in, continues bowling. In his work, Tsepo Mureke also has the wickets of Kevin Sinclair. Trapped him LBW. Hakeem Jordan. Really looking for the big one, and you can't blame him. Just to give you an idea of what he sees, there's a long on fielder, and then there's a man who is at the cover boundary. So there's a nice big gap between long off and the man standing at cover. So they want Jordan to take the single. They want him to take the single so that they can have Lewis to bat to. Get a good connection. They get the single. Everyone now comes into the circle. You'll see Clyde Fortain call everyone into the circle. The only person staying out is Fine Leg, Mihlali Mpongwana. Everyone else into the circle. Prior to this, everyone was on the boundary. Only Clyde Fortain, Tepo Moreki, and Keegan Peterson at first slip were the men who were inside the circle. Everyone else was on the boundary to give the single to Jordan so that they can have this situation. You'll be seeing a lot of movement. 2 slips, 1 gully now. And it seems like that gully is moving up to 4th slip. That's where he is. Tepo Moreki has 3 balls to Lewis. And he starts well. Just getting him to be tentative on his leave. And David Bedingham, who just moved from gully into that 4th slip, stops it. So good angle work here from Tepo Moreki. Operating very well here is Tepo Moreki. At the end of the day, there's not much movement on the pitch. Nothing much happening. So the bowlers need to manufacture something because the new ball has lost its bite. Couple of balls wide outside the off stump, moving away from Lewis. Now we have 1 more ball remaining. And he brings it back in. The setup was there, but it just wasn't completed as he gets a tiny feather, does Lewis. Umpire Kasa is not interested. Seeing the work here from Moreki is beautiful as we bring the end to over number 93. There are 6 more overs remaining in the day's play. It's 314 for 8 as the West Indies lead by 27. Definitely getting that one to just have some shape back into the right-hander, Tepo Moreki. But the lengths that he's working at allow the ball to do something for him. It's just 2 more wickets remaining. Dane Pete, he has the ball, and again with the strategy, everyone moving out to the boundary, so the only people who are inside the circle is your bowler, your wicket keeper, your slip fielder, and the fine leg is also stationed inside the circle. Everyone else is out on the boundary. So your boundary riders, you have a deep point, you have a deep cover, you have a long off, long on, have a cow corner, deep square leg, and deep backward square leg. Oh, wrong one! Phenomenal bowling from Dane Pete. That is gorgeous bowling. Oh, put that in an art gallery. Finishing him up with a ball that turns the other way. And Clyde Fortain gets his 2nd stumping of the innings. Beautiful work from the wicketkeeper, but nothing close to the majesty of the bowling from Dane Pete. Stumped And Jordan is out for 40 from 49 deliveries. What great work from Dane Pete, and he'll be happy about that. If you've been watching the broadcast throughout the day, you'd be happy about Dane Pete's performance. He has been bowling like a superman. And it seems like the players are walking out. Just gonna find out what's going on from the umpires, but right now it's either we have a declaration, it's either the last batter cannot come to bat, or some reason that we simply don't know. So we're going to find out for you very soon, but it's 314 for the loss of 8. So we have news here at Benoni. After 314 runs for the loss of 9 wickets, the West Indies only had one more batter left, that in Jay McAllister. And with the loss of Akeem Jordan on 40 runs, the West Indies rather not use their big burly fast bowlers or risk them for any sort of injury, one averaging 7 and one averaging 2 runs. So the West Indies A have opted to declare their innings on 314 runs. That means that they lead by 37. So South Africa must come back with 6 overs remaining in the day's play. They trail by 37 runs. They'll need to cover that 37 and make up the score for the West Indies A to cover. The lead is 27 runs. The mathematics didn't math on my side. 27 runs is the deficit for the South Africans. So when we come back, that's what we are going to see. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 overs left for the day. Tony Dazorzi, Neil Brunt take strike for the South Africans as they trail by 25 runs. Kevin Sinclair opening with spin here, looking to get as many overs as possible, I suppose, before the time runs out. Looking to see what the new ball has for the spin bowler right before the day is played. Tony Dazorzi fell victim to Kevin Sinclair as well in the first innings. Lots of people talking about the susceptibility of Tony Dazorzi to spin. He's looking to disprove that claim here today and tomorrow. It's a good start so far. He's playing all of his shots with a lot of conviction. And he's a good batter to watch, is Tony Dazorzi. Applying his trade for the Western Province. Slight chance to extra cover if he was any fuller. Might have had a chance, but nonetheless, we end over number 2 as there's one more over remaining in the game's play. Seals giving away 2 runs in his first over. He now returns. Brunt scoring those 2 runs. He is very much looking for runs, is the South African captain. Very much looking for runs. Hasn't had a great performance, but his last 4-day performance, his final performance in last season's campaign, saw him score 95 runs. But this season, his highest score is just 36. Jaden Seals will want to do his best to prevent him from making that 36 look any better. He employs the services of 3 slips, 1 gully. There's only a fine leg in protection at the deep. And then a mid-on. Everyone else on the offside. And they're protecting those runs, having a cover in place alongside the 3 slips and a gully. And he starts straight. Love the action that Jaden Seals packs here. It's very efficient. Doesn't waste a lot of body movement. And what's most important is that it is effective for him. It brings the wicket, brings the economy that is required of him. Quick single taken by Branchard. Dazorzi takes a hit from the throw. Sherman Lewis, he is there at mid-on rather. Both batters left-handers, something that the West Indians will be happy about. These are the only left-handers within the batting order of South Africa. The rest being right-handers. Oh, good stuff here from Jaden Seals. But the thing is, you want to get Dazorzi playing. He looks good when he bowls, Jaden Seals. The balls look good when he releases them as well, but Wants to get the batters engaging his balls. That is what's going to make them most effective. Has 2 more balls remaining. He just releases his whole body into his action. Just throws his body at it. And the ball, more often than not, responds. Ooh, getting that to shape back into the left-hander did Seals. You could see and hear the excitement from the West Indians, especially on the last ball. Jaden Seals targets the stumps, but Tony Dazorzi repels the threat. He is still scoreless after 9 balls of batting. Neil Brunt is on 3 on the very same number of balls. That is how we bring the end of day 2 here at the Willowmoore Park in Benoni. Umpire Arno Jacobs taking off the bails to signal stumps. Beautiful day of cricket that we have watched. Absolutely fantastic. The West Indies declaring their innings, not wanting to put their batters under any risk. They let it go on 314 runs as they led by 227. The South Africans have now retaliated and have just put on 3 but survived those first 3 overs. So it's been a wonderful day of cricket. It has been absolutely splendid. We've seen runs, we've seen wickets, and we've seen a balanced play. I can't really say who won this day or who didn't, but right now the game seems in super fair balance. South Africa trailing by 24 runs after scoring 287. The West Indies, they scored 314. And that is how we bring the end to day 2. Thank you so much for joining us here at Pitch Vision and Cricket South Africa on our YouTube channel. Like and subscribe on our channel so that you can get notifications on when we start our next game and when we will have this fantastic broadcast. We thank you to the players who had a wonderful day. Thank you to you who have been sending in your comments. It's been exciting to watch. It has been me, Bendulo Makubane, bringing you this ball by ball and Kambula commentary. We meet again tomorrow at 10 a.m. for day 3 of this fantastic unofficial test match in this 3-match series between South Africa A and West Indies A. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.